you with very serious dancing styles, you can tell them you have a new one. This one, we just do this. We try, everyone like this, and then like this, and then we go like, are we ready? Ebu look at your neighbor bana. Kama achezi muulize ni nini, ameficha nini hapo kwa mfuko. Mwambie uko sawa, muulize uko sawa. So we try it again. Okay, 1, 2, and then clap for yourselves. Wonderful students, man. DJ, let it roll. Give me some good volume. Watu wamesikia vizuri sana. Okay, everyone hands like this. Free gym therapy without paying for it. We go like this, everyone. Everyone now. La 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 la. We go. Senjele ha simemba manek. Sinyanga siwe. Now senjele ha. We go, we go. Sinyanga siwe. I can't hear you. Yalale ha ishanga maneko. Sinyanga siwe. Like this. Uhule ha bulosi. Sinyanga siwe. Everybody sing again. Sinyanga siwe. Everybody sing again. Wacha tuone hapa team leader wenu kama kwa sasa. We go. We go, we go. We go, we go. We go like this. We go. We go. We go. Beautiful people, beautiful people. Let me see this team. That's not right, that's too bad, that's all, Mr. Afternoon. Hapa mnaogopa. Read your Bible and then go to church. That's the only way you meet Jesus Christ. Stop and everything that you are doing. Witchcraft will never take you instead to hell. Stop witchcraft. Stop polygamy. Stop. Are we ready? Are we ready? Follow me. Everyone, we go like this. We go. Everybody sing again. Everybody sing again. Everybody sing again. Everybody sing again. Team Arsenal, Team Arsenal, what's happening? Here we go. We tell like this. Jesus Christ, He's the Lord. He was beaten up for me and you now. That's what we don't say that I'm just a representative of Jesus Christ. He will stand up pro. We go. You better listen. You better practice. That's the only way. Hapa mumezuba. Okay, this one is called Ripala. We go like this, everyone. It's called Ripala. What is happening? What is happening? Ripala. Like this. Again. Again. Everybody sing again. Everybody sing again. Hapo sawa. Mabega. Hapo hapo hapo. We go, we go. Everybody sing again. Siwaski. Everybody sing again. Sinyanga siwere kosie. Everybody sing again. Kosie bosie. Sinyanga siwere. Mtoto wa TikTok. Wakikutisha na TikTok. Kama baba utatingisha mabega. Kama mama utatingisha kalegi. Clap for yourself, wonderful people. I love you, thank you so much, I really appreciate. Mnataka tena, nani amwambia mkae chini? Mtafanya nitisha sadaka hapa bwana. So we are doing another one, it is called Mwikulu. Say Mwikulu. Hiyo ingine haina viga, hiyo nyingine ni pole pole tu. You dance at your pleasure. So when I say, Vanga papa venyanga, you say? Ni mimi ndio niko na mic ama nyinyi mmechoka? Vanga papa venyanga. The ladies are doing well, much better. Vanga papa benyanga. Vanga mama benyanga. E boma sienyanga. Mwikulu buli mundo yenyanga mwikulu. For those who don't know, I come from France. The country is called Kakamega County. So that is the mode of communication that we use down there. So when you have a Luya friend, whether you have met a friend from Malaysia, another one from Singapore, you meet them, you just say, Mulembe muno. Say Mulembe muno. Mulembe muno. And then one of our mode of communication is called Obusuma. Say Obusuma. Nende ingoho. Kabisa kabisa. So this song means everyone wants to go to heaven, but they don't want to follow the route. So I did it. This was my first gospel track. I did it way back in 2002. I hope you will enjoy it. DJ, let it roll. Makofi.
Hallelujah, Panja. Danya hana kushibala shino. Atindenya kusia muigulu.
We go.
Lakini muigulu evolve shortcut.
Hold on,
just have to follow the right route if you have to make it.
Everyone, walk.
Wanga papa benyanga. Wanga mama benyanga.
Khatabana benyanga. Mundu yenyanga.
Wanga papa benyanga. Wanga mama benyanga.
Khatabana benyanga.
Me have to say that I'm just really love God. When I'm gonna think about him, me just praise him. Because I know just merciful, wonderful, affordable, me say that is available. He said his son, this is to die for me sin. Me have to say that I know really suffer. This a man who no sacrifice all he had. For me and you again. Me have to say that me just ready to no cry. When I no think about it, me know well. I just call you, hey brother and sister. We got to come together, then I listen what he say. Me have to say this is a man who can walk on the water. Jesus Christ will not die for you and me. Me have to say that is the only thing.
I can't hear you. Give me the chorus.
Wanga papa benyanga. Wanga mama benyanga. Khatabana benyanga. Wanga papa benyanga. Wanga mama benyanga. Khatabana benyanga.
Okay, we go.
What is us? According to the data, you are better than the rest. Like Tina tell me say you're simply the best. Me love how you're blessed. Me love all your ways. Me put you to the test and me my just the best.
Are we ready, everyone? Tufanye hivi kila mtu jaribu kutikisha shingo. We are moving towards the left side. Follow me. Everyone again. We try. We go. Everyone. I
don't know what to
right.
say. Everything you do is
Left.
good. Take me with you.
Right. Okay, we go.
Wanga papa benyanga. Wanga mama benyanga. Khatabana benyanga.
Hey! Hey!
Wanga mama benyanga.
Wanga mama benyanga. I know, listen to this.
Make me strong like Samson. Give me wisdom like the one Solomon. Every line me have to say me color you. When I need a you, I just think about you. They believe that Jesus Christ that feel me sin. When they think about it, me shout amen. I'll never regret what they listen to me no text. Because I say that I just said that.
Makofi are you. Makofi are you. Make some noise, Thomas. Make some noise. Make some noise, Thomas. Make some noise. Okay, everyone. Like this. Timasenali. My teammates. Everyone. I want to see you try this. Everyone will go like this. Well done, people. We go. Higher level.
higher level, higher level, everyone, higher level, higher level, higher level, higher level. Jipigieni makofi bwana. Niliambiwa niimbe wimbo mbili, lakini due to public demand, naambiwa nifanye Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Wangapi wanaijua? Mnaijua? Baada hiyo naenda kukunywa chai hapo, na kama Mluya nimewekewa chai na ugali. So I'm going to eat my tea with ugali over there. But before that, there's a song God gave me just before, after the post-election violence. I remember at that time I used to live in Buruburu, and I was a little bit worried about the young people who were being involved in the post-election violence. So God gave me a song called Mungu Baba, and I did it with the GSU Kenya Police. And I remember during Kenya at 50, former President, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, allowed me to sing this song during his inauguration and Kenya at 50, where we performed with the Kenya Navy, Kenya Army, Kenya Air Force, and all the pupils from the 47 counties. So are you ready for Mungu Baba? So this one, let me see if you know it. Come say love, love, love one another. Oh, Kenyan youth me say now love one another. Come say serve, serve, serve one another. Oh, Kenyan youth me say now serve each other. We are the leaders of today. We are the priests of today. We are the kings and the queens of now. We are the one that the Lord has chosen, yes. We are the one with the power today, yes. Amen. My home, my Kenya, my land. Unasema amen. My home, my Kenya, my land. My resident, my president. My Bomas audience, wonderful. I really want to clap for you because you are spectacular. Are you ready? Wacha nisikie. Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Kwani huku kuna masanamu? You keep quiet. Let me see if there are statues here. Let's try. Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Clap for watu wa Arsenali hapo. This group over here, I don't know if we are together or not. Nimeona tu kuna hapo watu wana dance vizuri. Mungu Baba tuwaomba. Huyu peke yake apigiwe makofi, tafadhali. Tafadhali, tafadhali. So if you are next to your neighbor, itabidi mnashikana mkono kidogo. So kila mtu tunaweka mkono hapa juu. Tafadhali, kila mtu hapa na ukwe karibu na jirani yako. Are we ready? Sema oh. Wengine off key, off beat, off tune. But it is a good thing because it means Rafton anawafundisha vocal orientation. Mkirudi nyumbani nimewaambia all those nieces, cousins wanakuringia TikTok. You've learned a move or two na utawimbia Mungu Baba. Let's try. Sema oh. Oh. Sema oh. Sema oh. DJ, give me the track. Everyone weka mkono hapa juu tafadhali. Weka saluti hapa everyone. Everybody you better be ready. Mr. Iggy on session. Sema oh. Oh. Weka ngumi juu kama Nelson Mandela. Tunasema amani. We go. Siwasiki. Everyone sing again. Everyone say. Everyone say. Are we ready everyone? Weka mikono mbili juu na piga wipe, we go. Mungu Baba twaomba. Uilinde kila ata the VIP. Kila mtu mpaka VIP. Kila sikawa. Kila we go. Oh. What can we go like this? Can we say love one another? What can you do? Say now love one another. We say serve one another. What can you do? We say now serve each other. We are the leaders of today. We are the kings of today. We are the we are the. Are we ready? Thomas, are we ready? Sema Emanu Kiruka. My oh my Jaribu. My residence, my president. My town, my city, my. I can't see you. My oh my Kenya, my land. My residence, my president. My town, my city, my town. Wiper. Atinini. Kila mtu weka wiper. Chuki situmalize. Everyone, we go. Everyone sing again. Wake a wiper. Chuki situmalize. Everyone sing again. Sema
Naundi wase na washow. Tusipochunga Vision 2030 itakuwa Vision 3020. Violin.
Soprano. Hold your neighbor's hand. Weka juu. Weka twende. Weka. We go. Maombi, amani, upendo. Tunasema maombi, amani, upendo, umoja. Maombi, amani, upendo. Siwaoni. Nini mbaya hapa? Twende hivyo tu. We go. Good work. We go. Soprano. VIP. Sema Kenya naipenda daima. Mimkenya wimbo imeisha na hakuna makofi. Love you people.
Thank you. Kind, let's be upstanding as we pray before we start our day today. Thank you so much, Rafton. God bless you. Allow us to stand as we pray, and I will pray from the book of Psalms, verse 1 up to verse 3. 1 and 2, please. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Unless the Lord guards the city, the watchman stays awake in vain. It is vain for you to rise up early, to sit up late, to eat the bread of sorrows, for his soul gives his beloved sleep. May the Lord bless the reading of his word. You may be seated, please. Thank you. Our chief guest, our chair, SRC, and distinguished guests, good morning once again. For those who were here yesterday, once again applies to you. For those who are coming for the first time, we want to welcome you to this conference that began yesterday. Before we get on to the program, I just want to give you a quick brief, maybe 1 minute of what happened yesterday. Yesterday was in fact, this hall was packed yesterday. By the time we were beginning at 9:30, we had interesting presentations being done or being presented by, of course, from the chair, SRC. We had a paper that was presented, a presentation from the vice chairperson, Council of Governors. There was a presentation on how we can reap benefits for a fiscally sustainable public service wage bill that was presented by the Commission. We also went on ahead to understand what happens in Malaysia, and that paper was also, there's a brief presentation by Mr. Mohammed Muzaffar Abdullah Hamid from Malaysia. We were then graced by Head of Public Service, who also gave a very scintillating presentation about his view and what he sees in terms of performance and productivity. We went ahead and also received a presentation from Madam Veronica Nduva, who is the PS, Principal Secretary at the State Department for Performance. And she was outlining discussion on productivity mainstreaming in the public service and also proposing way forward in how she sees that is going to be undertaken. We had a scientific presentation, I call it, from Ambassador Mushiri. He presented some models, but the assurance was in the caucuses that that model will be broken down, and there was very interesting discussion at the caucus. We then went ahead from His Excellency Mutahi Kahiga, gave us a feel of what do we think, or how do we see sustainability from the county perspective. Thereafter, Mr. Kithinji Kiragu, being the chair or being the middleman or being the person in between national and county governments, also gave us their view in terms of the implication of devolution and the transfer of functions and of course its impact on the public wage bill. The morning discussion ended by a presentation, although not in that order, from the PS State Department for Public Service, Mr. Amos Gadesha, who then took us through leveraging technology to enhance controls, accountability in the public service payroll. In the afternoons, we had very interesting caucuses. We had a caucus that was handling the state corporations, a caucus for counties, and then a caucus for, of course, MDAs, including CCIOs. And the draft report we have is that there was a lot of discussion, engagement, and I think that's where the main discussion takes place. And as we begin our day today, we will follow the same discussion. We'll follow the same way, the same path as we did yesterday. We'll have presentations this morning. If we have a few minutes, we will engage in terms of plenary, and thereafter we will give directions where the caucuses will take place. So without much ado, kindly allow me to welcome our moderator for today, Dr. Amani Komora, who is the Vice Chairperson for the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Dr. Komora.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Commissioner Monyoncho for that high-level overview on what we did yesterday. Good morning, our distinguished guests, the chief guest, the CS for Labor, Madam Bore, chair of the commission, chairs of other commissions, distinguished delegates from the different spaces in the Kenyan public service, national government, counties, state corporations, universities, tertiary institutions, etc. We do acknowledge that we have an opportunity to continue the engagements that we started off yesterday, as the canvas was laid yesterday for us to continue painting a picture so that by end of day 3, we'll have a very clear position in terms of how we expect to go forward in terms of wage bill management. So I will be your moderator for this session, and without much ado, allow that I give some clarifications on adjustments that we've had to do on the program. We will, if you could check out in your programs, we will adjust and start off with a presentation by Dr. Annelyn Chetty from South Africa, who will give the South African experiences in terms of what they are doing insofar as productivity is concerned. And then we'll have a presentation by the State Department of Labor and State Department of Labor and Skills Development, which was yesterday. It's coming immediately after the South African experience. And we did this so that we give an opportunity for our chief guest this morning just to get into line and space so that she delivers then her remarks, after which then we'll proceed with the rest of the program. as set out. I see us having a very wonderful day. As you can see from the program, the presentations are now more on practical experiences, what other countries that have walked ahead of us are doing, and also now bring it bring it closer home in terms of the state departments or state corporations, what they are doing insofar as the agenda that has brought us here is concerned. So with that clarification, allow that I go straight ahead to introduce or to bring on this pulpit, on this stage, our presenter from South Africa. It's none other than Madam Dr. Annalyn H.E. She's the acting chairperson of Productivity South Africa. And Dr. Annalyn H.E. is the holder of Standard Bank Top Women Award in Public Sector, a title that she holds to date. She was also named the most influential the most influential woman in Gauteng. Is it a province or a region in South Africa? Let's give her a very big round of applause as Dr. Annalyn H.E. comes to take us through the next session. Karibu.
Habari Esibuye, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Namaste, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from South Africa. I live in one of the most beautiful parts of the world, which is South Africa. And if you haven't had the opportunity to visit us, please do so. Okay, I don't see, okay. Okay, so I'm going to do a brief introduction about the South African context, look at the challenges that we face with regards to productivity, looking at productivity in the public sector in South Africa, how South Africa intends improving on its productivity. We do not believe that we are the best practices or that we have arrived. We do believe we have a long way to go. And I'm going to be using the case study of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition in terms of practical ways in which we can improve, or practical ways in which we contribute towards economic development, and looking at how improved productivity leads to increased efficiency and effectiveness, thereby contributing to economic growth and job creation. So I'm going to be giving you some very practical examples today of how it is that as South Africa we have achieved that. Okay, as you know, South Africa is on the southern tip of Africa, and we are indeed a rainbow nation, and that is as experienced in our flag, our culture, our diversity, our people, our language, and our food. There are 12 official languages, which is English, Ndebele, Pedi, Sotho, Sign Language, Swati, Tsonga, Swana, Venda, Xhosa, Zulu. As you can see, our key economic sectors in South Africa is predominantly finance, real estate, business, which is at 21%, followed by manufacturing at 15.4%, and government services at 13.6%. You would see that government is quite a sizable, makes quite a sizable contribution to GDP. I'm not going to today be throwing the productivity textbook at you, because I think yesterday a lot has been said about productivity, and there isn't a lot that you don't know about productivity. It's just about how can we harness productivity to be able to contribute towards economic growth. In South Africa, we have key challenges. And one of the biggest challenges we experience in South Africa is our unreliable electricity supply, and we have what is called load shedding. This severely impacts on our manufacturing processes. It impacts on our productivity as a whole, because when there's load shedding, there's a complete power outage, and factories are not able to run their machines. They're not able to be able to carry out the work that they're doing. Okay, unfortunately, technology will always let you down at the wrong times. I'm just struggling to get my notes, but I'll be with you in a second. The second most critical challenge we have is climate change and just transition. And in South Africa, we've put in a number of measures to be able to mitigate the risk of a high carbon footprint and contributing negatively to the environment, and therefore we're starting to embrace other types of renewable energy. Okay. Other types of renewable energy. We are in South Africa embracing the green economy. We're looking at green hydrogen as a new alternative energy source. We're also looking at new energy vehicles, given the cost of energy is quite high in South Africa. And the other problem we have is market access. Geopolitical tensions are likely to reshape procurement strategies of major global firms, presenting a threat. Many of you know that during COVID, when our borders were closed, it became really difficult to access international goods and services, and therefore, as South Africa, we saw it as an opportunity to look inwards and focus more on increasing local production. The next area is logistics. South Africa is facing significant challenges in its combined logistics sector, the port, rail, and road. Although South Africa's transport infrastructure is amongst the best in Africa or on the continent, a lack of maintenance and infrastructure investment, with a resultant shift from rail to road, as well as congested and inefficient ports, has led to delays in cargo holding and increased costs for shipping companies, as well as importers and exporters. The South African government has renewed its support to fixing the problems in the logistics sector by establishing the National Logistics Crisis Committee to be able to address the immediate challenges in the freight logistics system. In South Africa, we've, as part of the 2017, the Department of Public Service and Administration created a public service productivity framework. Next slide. The framework uses a productivity matrix to measure productivity in the public sector. It looks at both quantitative and qualitative requirements for consideration for public service productivity. If we look at the framework, the aim of the framework is contribute towards the improvement of productivity at the organizational level in order to strengthen public accountability as well as enhance organizational effectiveness and efficiency. Okay, as I mentioned, I'm not going to go into too much details on the textbook language of productivity, except to say that there are a number of benefits of productivity in South Africa. And some of those benefits include that citizens benefit from increased public service productivity, especially when goods and services are available to them in the desired quantity and quality and at the right time and place. Employees benefit from increased productivity through an improved and ergonomically functional working environment and increased personal and job satisfaction. Organizations in the public sector benefit from increased productivity in that public resources are used more efficiently and effectively to achieve its goals. Communities benefit through improved service delivery, which leads to greater social and economic stability, the creation of a better life for all. Okay, one of the things that we've done in South Africa to be able to promote public productivity is establish Productivity South Africa, of which I'm the acting chairperson of, and definitely very proud of the institution in terms of how far it goes to be able to influence productivity. South Africa recognizes the importance of productivity and has set up Productivity SA in terms of Section 31 of the Employment Services Act number 4 of 2014. The entity's mandate is to promote employment growth and productivity, thereby contributing to South Africa's socio-economic development and competitiveness. Productivity SA's vision is to lead and inspire a productive and competitive South Africa. Its mission is to improve productivity by diagnosing, advising, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating solutions and improving South Africa's sustainable growth. Okay, Productivity SA has identified a number of challenges, which includes the cost of living challenge, the inflation divide, as well as the consumer shift. And in response to these challenges, they've put in place a number of strategies and interventions to be able to mitigate these challenges, which I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on. I'd prefer to spend time focusing in on the South African case study. Okay, so in terms of how does South Africa intend improving its productivity rating, as I mentioned, we're not necessarily the go-to people for productivity. We are ranked 80th out of 170 countries, but I do believe that there are lots of things a country can do in terms of small measures. Many of you may have been introduced to the Kaizen initiative, which speaks about a series of continuous improvements. And when you look at making small changes within government to be able to influence productivity, it certainly makes an impact. It may not necessarily go through the textbook language of or filters of productivity, but it definitely contributes to productivity, thereby contributing to economic growth. South Africa's productivity stats reflects the stabilization of the economy in 2022, post-COVID. The economic stabilization was underpinned by the recovery in capital investment, whilst the global geopolitical risks remain high. Many of you know that there was a war in Ukraine. There was, even internally in South Africa, there were a number of risks. We've had floods, we've had political unrest that has impacted severely on productivity and manufacturing. Multi-factor productivity increased from 4.9% in 2021 to 5.8% in 2022, signaling economic stabilization. Labor productivity, however, decreased slightly from 3.1% in 2021 to 2.1% in 2022. Okay, I'm going to go straight into the case study of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, because I believe there's a lot of value that can be obtained at this conference in some of the little things that we're doing as the Department of Trade and Industry. I proudly display the Minister of Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, who's known for many things, but most importantly, his ability to deliver. The vision of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is to build a dynamic, industrial and globally competitive South African economy characterized by economic transformation, inclusive growth, and deployment and equity built on the full potential of all citizens. Okay, if you're looking at the next slide, one of the things we've done, and I know the organizers, which I want to say thank you to the organizers for making it possible for us to share our expertise and knowledge with you, especially the head of the SRC, and thank you to Papa as well for making it possible for me to be here. One of the things we've done is a shift from activities to an impact or an outcomes-based plan or an impact-based outcome. Every government department is expected to produce an annual performance plan, which is usually our blueprint that guides us for that financial year. And one of the things that we used to do is record activities. And I know the Auditor General is going to be speaking after me. And one of the things that we do in government is we plan for audits. we don't plan for outcomes, or we don't plan for impacts. We just want to make sure that we get a clean audit, but at the end of the day, whether we've actually achieved anything that contributes to economic growth is not necessarily happening. So I'll give you an example, right? One of the things that we speak about when we speak about activities is to say that we prepare reports on certain things. And if I use investment as an example, if I say that I need to give Kenya 100 million rands, right? Or 100 million shillings. And one of the indicators I put in there is that I'm going to prepare a report on giving Kenya 100 million shillings. And I can do everything that I need to do. When I prepare the report, the Auditor General will give me a big tick and say, yes, you've done what you're supposed to do. You've ticked all the boxes. But did I give Kenya the 100 million shillings? No, I didn't, because there were a number of factors that prevented me from doing so. So what was done was we changed the activities to actual outcomes. So instead of saying, I'm going to prepare a report on investment, of attracting investment in South Africa, we had our minister put in place a target to say, you're going to achieve 200 billion rands worth of investment in this financial year. And at the beginning, we were all shocked and we thought, you know, we don't have control, we government, we don't have control over investments, but we had to look into our programs, and we look into our interventions, our sector interventions, and all the work that's being done across the entities. And I know Kenya has a lot of state-owned companies for specific sectors like your tea, and I noticed maize, and quite a few others. And sometimes as government, we feel like we need to do this by ourselves, and we don't actually look at some of the companies or the entities or programs that we're supporting financially, and what is it that we're putting on them in terms of performance to be able to bring in the investment. So we looked into all the programs, we looked into all the incentives we give, we looked at across our entities, what is it that we're doing that can facilitate 200 billion rand worth of investment. If you're looking at US dollars, it's about 10 billion worth of 10 billion US dollars of investment. And I'm not talking about across government, I'm not talking across the private sector, I'm only talking about the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the work it focuses in, and to what extent they were able to bring in this investment. So we put in place very specific targets. It included supporting or covering 1 million jobs, creating 100,000 new jobs and working opportunities, mobilizing 10 US billion in investment, supporting 35 US dollars in manufacturing exports to the world, supporting 15 billion US dollars in manufacturing exports to Africa, driving 2 billion in additional local value addition. And you know, you would think, why would we put a target of local output when we're not manufacturers? We're government, you know? So we look into all of the different programs we support and say, you know, through our incentive, are you able to manufacture locally? Are you able to take this product that was previously imported and now manufacture it locally? We'll give you the incentives, we'll give you the enabling environment that is needed, and we count it as a contribution towards local output. Then it's about supporting Black industrialists. You know, South Africa, we had a triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and therefore sometimes we do need to propel our Black-owned businesses a little bit ahead and give them a step ahead in order for them to be successful as well. Enabling 20,000 workers to become shareholders in firms. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that as I go along when I speak about master plans. It's also providing 1 billion support to enterprise amongst the different metros. One of the things that we have a challenge with is that very often development is concentrated in the city centers or in the urban areas, and there isn't widespread development across South Africa as a whole, and those are things that we are trying to sort out. Just to give you an example of, you know, by the end of the third quarter, our financial year ends at the end of March and starts at the beginning of April. by the end of December last year, we had exceeded every single target that our minister had placed before us, just by working together, just by looking into our programs, looking into interventions that we would ordinarily not look into. And you can see, just from that, the investment pledges to manufacturing and economic growth in South Africa just went beyond what we had set a target for. We had initially a target of 200 billion. It was stretched to 400 billion. By the end of the third quarter, we'd already exceeded the target. We had like about 207 billion by the end of December. And by the end of March, it was a lot higher. Another thing we did, which is part of the infrastructure investments, is setting up a one-stop shop for investment. So if when people come into your country to invest, it's very difficult to maneuver the space, especially the investment space in your country, knowing where to get your visas, knowing where to get compliance. And we set up a one-stop shop for any investors to be able to come in and have a positive experience with us. And as you can see from the stats, there was a number of visas that were unblocked. There were a number of measures put in place to support investment. Another thing that our minister did, and maybe it's something that can be done here, it can be looked at a little bit as micromanagement, but it helped us to exceed our targets, is where he looked at monitoring achievements on a weekly basis. And you'll wonder, but we don't get investments on a weekly basis, or we don't create jobs on a weekly basis. But just by ensuring that he meets with his executive every week and says, how far have we gone? What are the impediments? What are the challenges? What are the blockages? And what does he need to do to be able to put that into place and unblock? And I think, from going from a very compliance-driven plan, we went to an impact plan where we could see how we've impacted investment, how we've impacted local output, how many jobs have we created, how much of exports have we done to the rest of the world. And we set ourselves relatively high targets given the economic climate that we're in. Another area that was very important for us is master plans. And it's not necessarily what the word suggests, master plans. We'll think, but everybody does master plans. It's a blueprint, it's a strategy. But the difference with the master plans is, yesterday we had a lot of discussions about the role of labor, the role of the private sector and public sector. And with master plans, it's bringing together all of these different components to be able to contribute towards a plan. As you can see, I'm giving you the example of the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear master plan. And what we had to do was develop a social compact between labor, public sector, and private sector. If you think about why is labor important, because very often industrial action usually presents a challenge to manufacturing sectors or to sectors in the economy because of strikes or wage negotiations or anything that can hold people back and thereby impede productivity. So what we do with the master plans is bring people to the table at the outset, so they're part of the planning. So if they know, in the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear, we need you to commit, firstly, to the industry to not losing jobs and giving labor that assurance. And the second part is for labor to ensure that their companies don't embark on industrial action, thereby impeding or impacting on the turnovers of the company or the productivity of the company. We have developed what is called a bring and buy situation. So very often as government, we feel like we need to do everything by ourselves. But with the master plans, we realized that the private sector has a lot to contribute. So if I give you an example of what had the private sector brought to the table, previously, I think I've also seen in the media that Kenya is also impacted by cheap imports. It's impacting on your manufacturing. You have illegal imports as well as counterfeit goods. So we say to the private sector, we need you, if you're producing locally at 30% right now, we need you to move that up to 60%. We'll provide you with an enabling environment, whatever incentives it is you need to be able to increase your local output, your local content. And if you have local manufacturing, it definitely makes a difference in terms of contributing to jobs and economic growth, as well as higher turnovers means higher taxes to the tax base, and it goes back into being able to improve the environments that we live in. The other important aspect that we have in terms of our master plans is what we call reciprocal commitments. Now, very often as government, we take for granted our public goods. For example, if you put in place tariff measures or anti-dumping measures or measures to protect a particular industry, it's obviously going to lead to some kind of increased turnover for that company, and protection measures often saves that company from any competition and external influences. And then what we do is we ask them, now that we've put in place this protective measure, what are you bringing to the table? What are you going to do? Are you going to give us the assurance that you're not going to lose any jobs, or you're not going to cut jobs? Or are you going to invest in other areas of the economy? So we do that with our trade measures. And then we have our competition part of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. We have a competition commission that protects, obviously, consumers from unfair competition from other companies. And when we do that as well, we ask them, what are you willing to bring to the table? You know, we're putting in place this kind of measure to protect you. Are you going to help us in terms of increasing worker ownership in your company? So large companies like Coca-Cola, Consul had to embrace worker ownership and increase the number. You can see there's a target that we have of 20,000 worker ownership in these companies. So we use public goods to be able to influence what the private sector is willing to bring to the table. The master plans, really often, you know, as government as well, it used to be a very top-down approach where we decide what the strategy will be, you know, we go through a very detailed research process. We also develop strategies that very often are difficult to implement. The master plans is a very practical way of implementing sector development strategy or sector-based strategies, because it doesn't go into a whole research process. Very often you find consultants would cut and paste information where they've done it elsewhere. They'll just give you the same solutions without actually considering what is it that you need. With the master plans, if we go into, we've done it across 17 sectors. If we go into clothing and textile, we look specifically, what is it that the clothing, textile, leather, and footwear services need? One of the things that we needed to do was protect them against cheap imports, cheap Chinese imports, because it was definitely impacting on our manufacturing processes in the sector, to the point that around early 2000s, we had a terrible recession within the sector and lost multiple jobs. We set up, worked with other government departments like SARS, who's responsible for customs and responsible for interventions at the port, and looked at what is it. We set up an interagency working group, and through this working group, collectively working together with other government departments, an integrated approach, we're able to seize containers at the port, get rid of the issue of counterfeit goods. Previously, they used to destroy these goods, but now it's, we have what is called a circular economy, where we're putting the goods back into productive process, so we don't lose at all from these processes. The other thing that we do very well as South Africa is we provide incentives. South Africa offers an elaborate mix of business incentives. Of business incentives that cuts across multiple departments. The DTIC stimulates and facilitates the development of sustainable competitive enterprises through the provision of incentive programs. We find that our incentives has really helped to catapult our economic growth. I'll give you an example. Our Black Industrialist Scheme has an incentive to the value of about 6 to 7 billion rands. And in the last Black Industrialist conference we had, we found that Black Industrialists, in turn, was able to procure services from large enterprises to the tune of 261 billion rands because of the investment we made into them. And you can see the return on investment is quite high when it comes to the incentives. In the interest of time, I'm going to go very quickly. The other area is infrastructure development. You already know that as South Africa, we struggle a lot with load shedding and power outages. And we believe that by investing in infrastructure such as transportation networks, energy, water resources, government aims the cost of doing business, aims to reduce the cost of doing business, improve access to markets, and enhance the productivity. Just going to go very quickly. One of the things we've done is, firstly, was an energy one-stop shop, where we put together all of the different entities or institutions that are required to be able to add megawatts to the grid, and looking at how a consolidated energy action plan can help improve on our infrastructure. The crisis has prompted the need for a more integrated approach to addressing the problem holistically through the establishment of the Energy Action Plan. Whilst there's an energy crisis, it also provides us for opportunities in new investments, and therefore South Africa is looking, as I mentioned earlier, green hydrogen, new energy vehicles. The President also set in place a National Electricity Crisis Committee to develop high-impact interventions and to close the gap. The other area that we have introduced is the special economic zones, and some of the benefits of being located in a special economic zone is a number of tax incentives that you're able to get. You get building or construction incentives, you get preferential 15% corporate tax, you get a building allowance, an employment incentive, it's a customs controlled area. Businesses and operators located within a customs will be eligible for tax relief. So there's a number of benefits to locating in a special economic zone. Also having the benefit of other component manufacturers being in close location to an OEM can have benefits in terms of reducing costs. Then the other area that is quite important in terms of contributing towards productivity that enhances economic growth is building a capable state. So the department has started to build strong capacity building and streamlining the work, ensuring integration not just internally, but with all of the entities that we support and manage, ensuring high levels of governance, ensuring high talents are retained, quick responses, cutting on red tape, looking at smart regulation, addressing red tape and compliance in internal processes, but ensuring that it doesn't impede or impact or hold back development. Better coordination with other parts of the state. Moreover, in terms of capacity building, I think we've benefited a lot from other interventions such as the International Labour Organization. We've also benefited from UNIDO, who funds us on a number of projects and programs. And you know, when you have these strategic partnerships, it helps to increases the resources you may not otherwise have available. And we have a strategic partnership with JICA. Okay, just to let you know that productivity matters because it supports innovation and resource optimization. This, in turn, spurs economic growth and increases global competitiveness. The economic gains from a more competitive economy includes higher tax revenues and increased exports in terms of smaller fiscal and current account deficits. High productivity also prepares economies to better absorb shocks and recover from economic downturns. For South Africa, a more productive economy could also mean higher salaries and wages that directly elevate the standards of life and quality of life. Jambo.
Thank you. I think Dr. Annalyn deserves a better round of applause. She has shared useful insights using the South African experience on how productivity actually can be a driver of economic growth and service delivery. And that the punching line I liked is the migration from activities to more outcome-based performance management, which then means once you set the right targets, measure the right targets, and reward through the different incentive schemes that she's talked about. Thank you. So let's give her another round of applause, kindly. We suggest that we take the next presentation. You can pen down your questions so that we will take them at the end of the presentations. So without much ado, allow that I bring on stage the next speaker, who is going to speak to us from the State Department of Labor and Skills Development. Let's welcome Dr. Nahashon Moitalel from the National Productivity and Competitiveness Center. Very good.
Distinguished guests, the Cabinet Secretary, the Chair, SRC, Commissioners, CEOs, and all persons present, good morning. The Chief Guest, kindly allow me to recognize, just by waving, the President for Pan-African Productivity Association of Africa. So Kenya belongs to the Pan-African Association, and we are glad that they were having a conference here in Kenya, and with the kind invite from the Chair SRC, they were invited. So I'll take you through productivity measurement model, the current status, strategies, and strategies to institutionalize productivity in Kenyan public service. Now, the message that comes out today is that we have talked about productivity, and the bottom line is that it can be measured. So I will take you through a tool called OMAX, Objective Matrix Method of Productivity Measurement. Now, so public sector entails optimizing the delivery of services through efficient and effective use of public funds in order to deliver value to the citizens. Actually, in this part, we call the citizens our employers. So productivity mainstreaming in the public sector in Kenya involves implementation and adoption of strategies as part of intervention to enable an organization measure, analyze, plan, and improve. Because with the data, you can be able to analyze. And analyzing is a tool for measuring. And again, the moment you have measured, you now have a leeway to improve. So another definition of productivity is continuous improvement. So the fact that today your productivity index is at a figure, at the next time you should not be there, because that means you will have stagnated. So that means there should be continuous improvement. So, so this is a scientific way. That means it is procedural. So in being procedural, it means that it starts with awareness creation, which our chief guest, I want to report that so far we have done 430 organizations, whereby we have done awareness creation, which involves the four phases of productivity measurement. Now that is coming up with the metrics, and then analysis, planning, and then coming up now with improvement tool. Because after you have an index, after you have a productivity index, what next? You cannot just stagnate there with the index. It means now you have an improvement tool. and that is what we'll talk in the next phase on how to improve or how to move from this stage to the next stage. Now, on this paper, the main objective is to examine productivity mainstreaming process in the public service in Kenya. And the paper presents a synopsis of the objective matrix method, that is ROMAX, and the current status. That means now there are various criteria. There are various, that is objective matrix method. There are various criteria that involves weighting and assigning weights. So what does this mean? While dealing with productivity, it involves the process owners. Who owns the process in an organization? We have two layers, that is the champions, as well as the committee, and then the management, and then the board, the council, and all the staff. So the committees and the champions are the one that comes up with weighting. They assign weights to their core mandate. So it's a process that involves, is one of the process in the sequence of events. And then using your own tool in an organization, using your own strategic plan. It's good to note that productivity measurement is the only tool that you can't lie about. You can't lie about because everything you extract from your own strategic plan. So there is no way that you can assign weights to a strategic plan and then again lie to yourself on matters, the weights, the level of importance of the weights that you have come up with. Now, productivity mainstreaming deliverables. Now, the first one is that I've just talked about, the creation of awareness and sensitizing staff on productivity mainstreaming. Just telling the staff, by the work that you have been assigned by your organization, we need to be productive. And in a layman's language, productivity means by just coming to a meeting like this, are you productive or are you a performer? So if you are productive, if you have a performer, you just come, you sign attendance, you sit, and then go home. But if you want to be productive, we want the results from this meeting. Management, you have given, you have requested the board that we want this, we have requested this. Did the board act on that request for it to be productive? Was there an end result for there to be? And then the second one is about development of productivity metrics. The metric is another scientific way of coming up with the metrics. I know most organizations have interacted with the staff from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, as the State Department of Labor and Skills Development, where NPCC, which is the lead agency, is domiciled. And then collection of data. Collection of data that now will be used for measurement, and then computation of the productivity index. Remember that in the last quarter, we are in the last quarter as we speak. We are supposed to have a productivity index. So as we speak, if there is an organization that hasn't been trained, just have in mind that we are in the last quarter and we need your index. And then finally, development of workplace productivity and improvement strategy. Every organization is unique by itself. So the improvement strategy, because this process is owned by the committees and the champions, whereby even the management, the board, the council should be sensitized, with that synergy, thereby comes an improvement strategy unique to that organization. Now, I'll give you a brief of the uptake of the OMAX in the public service. OMAX, again, as I've said, is objective matrix. The number of organizations that have been trained on OMAX are 430 so far. And then the organizations that have developed productivity metrics is 425. Number of MDAs that have computed productivity index is 20. And then the number of independent commission on OMAX, there is only one independent commission. And then the number of county governments on OMAX is only one. Now, what are the strategies of institutionalizing productivity in the public service? So the first one is, as I've said, is the creation of awareness, to create awareness, and then measure productivity, and then analysis of the data, and productivity planning, and then productivity improvement that I've just shared on the screen. And how do we now institutionalize productivity in the public service? Point number one there on institutionalizing the productivity in the public sector is adoption of technology. Because when you talk of efficiency, how do we do it? And data-driven management. There is a saying that we only believe in God and the data. So with the data, without data, there is no much that you can do. That is a saying, a quote. Now, so technology adoption, that means how efficient are you rendering services to the organization? Because what has come of the public service is that we have very nice service charters that is on our walls, that if you request a certain service, we'll give you this service within 14 working days. But if you check, mostly it is in what? In paper. But now, how do we make sure that we are productive to make these things, our promises to the public, realistic? And then another one is collaboration and knowledge sharing to foster innovation and adoption of best practice. So the moment you have collaborated, and by the look of things, even if you check how this conference was done, it is with a lot of collaboration. And our chief guest, it's good to report that our best collaborator as Ministry of Labor and Social Protection is SRC, which has actually mentored us and given us the platform and all the backing that we needed. Employee engagement and empowerment to solve problems to foster continuous improvement. So that means employee involvement, whether we have that, I don't know what I'll call it, a bottom-up approach, where the employee from down can give you some tips on how to, on how best we can operate. In conclusion, the adoption of the objective method, OMAX, productivity measurement in Kenya public service, it presents a very significant step towards enhancing operational efficiency and enhancing public service delivery, because this is action, data-driven, and from the look, I know very soon we'll be having stakeholders engagement with all the MDAs negotiating about the PC. You will realize that, and the response that we have gotten from the public and the MDAs is that actually they ask, where have you been? Because if this is a tool that can help us, even as a CEO, this is the tool that can make the work of a CEO so easy, because you will know your institutional productivity index will later trickle down to the departmental productivity index and up to individual productivity index. And that means in fulfilling, most of the tools in performance and productivity are for rewards and sanctions. So, and we talk more of the rewards, but for the rewards, it will reach a time as an MDA, as an organization, that you need a bonus or something like that. And that productivity will inform part of that reward. Finally, Chair, in conclusion, with productivity comes competitiveness, because now the world is so challenging, and now who is the beneficiary of all this when the country is very competitive? The beneficiary is the Kenyans, whereby we have expanded economy, where we have taken care of the cost management in public institutions, because we have realized that with productivity, we can enhance the realization of wage bill to revenue ratio at 35%, thereby ensuring sustainability in managing the public wage. So with those remarks or those presentations on that paper that will be shared, I beg to sit now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think Dr. Nahashon deserves even a better round of applause. He has articulated very well the Kenyan experiences in terms of productivity mainstreaming using the OMAX methodology, which is the model that has the National Productivity and Competitiveness Center are using to drive productivity within the public service. Now that we've had two presentations, we've had the South African experience, we've had the Kenyan experience. We will be focusing a little more on other Kenyan experiences using state corporations. But before we do that, allow that we take on presentations on managing or how to deal with the wastages in public service, the gaps that arise in the manner that we manage wage bill, the attendant gaps, and therefore from the experiences of two critical offices within the public service. This is the Office of the Controller of Budget, who will be followed up by the the Office of the Auditor General. You know very well, the Controller of Budget allocates the money, and thereafter the Auditor General audits the usage of that money. So we want to get into that space of trying to understand or to analyze the gaps that actually impede productivity within the public service in the context of wastage, because remember yesterday we were told about cost efficiencies, quality service delivery, and timeliness is among the key parameters of productivity management or mainstreaming within the public service. So with that background, and we have also agreed with our chief guest, who was to come in now, but I think the discussions are getting more interesting. Let us appreciate her. She has said she wants to sit in and hear through the conversations. Let's appreciate the chief guest for that kind gesture. So without much ado, allow that I bring on stage the next presenter, who is the Controller of Budgets, Dr. Margaret Nyakango, who holds a doctorate in business administration from the University of Liverpool. She also holds a master's degree in strategic management and a Bachelor of Commerce degree in accounting, both from the University of Nairobi. She's a seasoned, let me call her accountant, but a practitioner within the public sector, and we will benefit immensely from her input. So let's put our hands together as we invite Dr. Nyakango, please.
Our guest of honor this morning, all distinguished guests, good morning. Thank you very much for being here. And as you have heard from those who have gone before me, everybody is talking about productivity. How do we produce? But how do we get to productivity? Because when the rubber meets the road, as we said, there has to be money involved. There is hardly any productivity that we can talk about without talking about money. So today we want to look at prudent management of public funds. And for the public sector to operate, we know that we must have sensible budgets, and we must proceed to implement those budgets. So when we look about the areas of wastage, we need to look at the status of the public sector wage bill as a whole. Then I'll be looking at some of the challenges in achieving the 35% threshold that has been set in law. Then I will look at the strategies and action plans for wage bill sustainability as we go about solving this problem. And also, I'll briefly look at some of the strategies and action plans for mainstreaming productivity from the point of view of my office. So we have the legal framework. How do we get to even talk about the 35%? And the basis, as we know it, for those of us who have read the Constitution, Chapter 12 emphasizes transparency, accountability, and fairness. Further to that, we have the PFM, the Public Finance Management Act, which reinforces also the prudent use of public resources. However, as you may have seen in my regular reports, there are persistent concerns about wastage of public funds in the government agencies, and in particular here, we are talking about the wage bill. It's just one of those areas where there is wastage. So it is my office that has been entrusted with ensuring that before public funds are released to the spending entities, they are in accordance to the law. Effective financial management, therefore, ensures appropriate allocation of these resources, therefore promoting trust and confidence, good governance, and sustainable development. So, as we move on, we want to understand in the context of the whole of government. And yesterday, I remember we talked a lot about the whole of government approach. So when I was looking at the wage to revenue, I have assessed the MDAs as a group. I've also looked at the state corporations, those that work under the MDAs, and thereafter I've also looked at the counties as a group on their own or a segment. These computations that you are going to see in the table that comes next exclude, for the MDAs, exclude the National Intelligence Services, which we do not use in calculating that ratio. Now we see that the national government personal emolument to revenue ratios were slightly below 35%. the national government. Please, let's go to the table next that will show us what I'm talking about. So, we talk about the status of the wage bill, and at the top, we can see the figures for the 3 financial years. You see 213, 254, and 266. And we can see how much has gone to operations and maintenance. And the total expenditure, therefore, you see the 1.036 trillion, 1.20 trillion, and 1.322 trillion for the 3 financial years. So what is the percentage of personal emoluments to the total expenditure? And we can see that it is 20.6 for 2021. It was 20.7 for 21-22 and 20.2 for 22-23. So as a percentage of the expenditure, we can see that the PE remained almost the same because the common denominator grew along with the PE. Now, when we look at the total revenue for each of those, we can see a figure of 838 for 2021, which increased to 958 and to 1081, all this in millions. So, as a percentage of the total revenue, we found that the sagas were 25% in 2021. In 2022, that figures increased slightly to 27%, but decreased to 25%. So in a nutshell, we are saying that the sagas have remained within the 35% threshold. But we'll be looking at why probably this is the case. Let us look at another table for the county governments. And in the county governments, if we look at development, we can see it was 116 in 2021, reducing to 98 in 21-22, and to 97.98 in 2023. Apparently, the figure has been reducing all the time. The O&M, instead, operations and maintenance, was 105.92, increasing to 112 in 21-22, but increasing to 135.83. Then let's look at the red, which is the personnel emoluments. And we can see that the personnel emoluments have been growing by the year. In 2021, we spent 176, and that is, I said, in millions. And then we went to 190, and then to 195. So it's been growing. What is the total expenditure? We can see from 398, we moved to 400, and then to 428. So total expenditure, again, was improving. And how has the percentage of PE then has moved in line with the expenditure? From 44, we went to 47, and to 45 in 22-23. But if we consider the total revenues of the counties, we can see that the figure moved from 40.3% to 43.6% in 21-22 and decreased to 41.9%. Averagely, we are saying that the county governments played about an average of about 41.9 if we look at the 3 years. So what we are saying is that the counties have not managed to stay within the legal limit of 35%. But at this point, I have to say that when we look at this, we must critically look at the denominator. And the denominator here is the revenue. What is the size of the revenue in each of these entities? So let's have just a glimpse of how the counties performed. And here I have taken the latest report as of December. So if you look at some of those counties, maybe it is your home county, don't be surprised to find out that Kitui spent 75% of their total revenue on personnel emoluments for the 6 months to December. Closely followed by Kisii, which was at 74.6. Garissa was at 73.8. Busia at 71.7. And for that list of 10, which is all the counties that were over 60%, we can see Wajir at 60.2. Ladies and gentlemen, 75% of all your money going to personnel emoluments leaves you with only 25% for the rest of the recurrent and the development. That's how bad the situation can go. Now, let us look at another ratio there, and we are looking at the county manual payroll as a percentage of total personnel emoluments in the first half. Now, these are the counties that were applying manual payroll, that is outside the official government payroll of the IPPD. And you can see that Homa Bay was almost at 30%. Almost 30% of their payroll was manual. It was outside the system. And as we move down that list, you can see Narok at the base with 11.6% of the payroll being manual, that is outside the IPPD. And ladies and gentlemen, let's also observe the fact that when we do manual payroll, then that is prone to abuse and therefore prone to wastage. Now, in this particular table here, we are looking at county assemblies' expenditure on allowances vis-a-vis recurrent expenditures. Now, we all know that the county assemblies are the oversights for the county executives at the county level. And see, for instance, that Kericho had 40.4% of their total budget on allowances. Those are the county assemblies, the ones who oversight the county governments. And you can see all the way, for those first 10, the bottom one there being 30.4% of all their budget on allowances. So that again, you can see how much is left for the rest of the spending and the rest of the expenditure. And here we are just talking of sitting allowances and the DSA. So what are the causes of these high wages to the total revenue ratio? We have seen the figures, and the figures don't lie. From my regular reporting, what I've found out is that there is very poor revenue forecasting. There is always overestimation of the revenues, and they are just used as a balancing figure when the budgets cannot balance. We also saw lack of revenue diversification and a lot of reliance on government funding. As an element of waste, we also saw skill sets that are not relevant to current needs. So a lot of the personnel payment is on people who are not productive, if I may use the definition that I got this morning from the last presentation. We saw poor use of business intelligence and analytics. We have just been told about the OMACs. Do we get to understand how we do things and why we do them and whether there is anything as an outcome? We did not see that in the spending on public wage. We saw a lot of political influence leading to nepotism in employment as a form of waste, because we saw that when new governments come into place, there is a lot of employment, new employment. Forget about those local authorities we have always been talking about. There is a lot of new employment with any new government, and that is a source of a lot of waste. Use of manual processes, and somebody talked about this yesterday. Those manual processes are definitely slower and they are labor intensive, so we tend to get a lot of people. And I've seen, especially in the manual payrolls, you will find literally tens and tens of casuals in one department. And if I ask them what those casuals are doing on a day-to-day basis, what they do for 8 hours a day, there is no answer. Then we have seen inaccuracies and fraud in the manual payrolls. We have seen exaggerated figures. We have seen figures that should not be in the payroll at all, and all those are contributing to the waste. And then there is the collective bargaining agreements, and I do receive copies of this from the SRC every so often, signed CBAs that give employees power over when to exit the workforce and any salary increases. You have seen the demonstrations that are going on our roads right now. They are about collective bargaining agreements. These bargaining agreements, if they are not matched with productivity, lead to a lot of waste. Because it's like we are fixing one side of the divide and we are not aligning it to the other side, which is productivity. So we end up with a lot of waste. We have also seen, yes, workforce inherited from the defunct local authorities, and a lot of these are influenced again by CBAs, which have resulted in growth in the wage bill, not matched by growth in revenues. So there is a serious mismatch between the growth in the wage bill and the growth in revenues. So let's look at some of the strategies and action plans for wage bill sustainability. What is it that we can do? And my list here, ladies and gentlemen, is not exhaustive because I know others have spoken and will speak on some of the measures that we can put into place. Number one, employment measures. Can we carry out job analysis to optimize human resources? By job analysis, I mean we analyze the jobs and we match the skills that are available to the jobs that are available. And SRC is an authority on that. I'm sure they'll tell us what we can do. Then, can we limit new hiring in the medium term? Yes, and especially when we look at the counties, we can see that hiring needs to be stopped for a while as we organize ourselves. Let's look at building capacity in revenue forecasting. And this cuts across. I have seen underperformance in revenues both at national level and at the county levels. So what is our prowess in predicting what our revenues would be to the nearest level that will align us with what we are using in the wage bill? Otherwise, the 35% then means nothing because the common denominator is not increasing. Then I'm thinking we need to outsource non-core functions. And by non-core functions, there are people who have made it a business to collect garbage, for instance. So we do not need a lot of casual cleaners. If we have outsourced the job to a company, it means that that company can look for its own employees and we pay the supplier a single fee. That is one area where we can stop waste. Then I'm looking at streamlining non-wage compensation to improve transparency and fairness of government pay. And again, I must say that SRC has been doing a good job of this. They have analyzed non-wage compensation, and a lot has been happening in that arena that we can build on as we move forward. Then I'm thinking of how we can enhance the capacity of the public service boards to recruit the right staff. And this is mostly when you look at the counties, you find some that operate without public service boards for a long time. Or when they do, the public service boards have been involved. They take sides. They take sides either with the executive or some other political power, and they are not operating at an optimum. If we solved by giving the right boards the job of recruiting the staff, I think half the problem would be solved. And let's get into employing data analytics to get the right proportions. Data analytics, and we have seen that from the productivity. We have been told it is possible to measure productivity. So some of those analytics that I'm talking about are about productivity. How do we appraise the staff, for instance? Do we use measurable figures to say how they have performed? And then I'm looking at forming partnerships for benchmarking. We must be knowing some place. Right now, yesterday we had Malaysia, today we've had South Africa. Let's have partnerships with these countries and let us benchmark with the best practices from these places. Now, we need to mainstream productivity. And by mainstreaming, I mean that we make it a way of life, so that everything that we do, every plan that we make, is aligned to our productivity metrics. So how can we do this? And again, this list is not exhaustive. Let us make compensation to enhance public service delivery. So all the time that we are thinking about compensation, we must link it to performance. This is the only way we can incentivize performance. However, we also know that the measurability of the outputs and the trust in that performance appraisal system is paramount. If your people know that you will appraise them based on which side, part of the country they come from, then they'll not have trust in that system. And it also means that when you are looking at compensation, you will be biased. So for us to mainstream, we must have serious reforms in determining compensation. Let us also look at performance-related pay. Once we put the measurement of productivity into place, then we must make sure that our pay is related to productivity. And we know that this performance-related pay can actually engender output-related management by influencing the goal setting, progress monitoring, and teamwork at the workplace. We are also looking at strategic workforce planning and the development of program-based budgeting. The last bullet, ladies and gentlemen, is a bit loaded. We are talking of strategic workforce planning. Here, before we heard of strategic plans, how often have you looked at your strategic plan and measured the skills that you have on board to see whether they will enable you achieve your objectives? Sometimes we don't do that, and for us to mainstream productivity, then indeed we must practice strategic workforce planning. The second part of the program-based budget, and I want to use an example where I had one of the excellence governors here complaining and saying, when we use money for PE, is that development or is that recurrent? And because there was no time, I could not answer him. But I have to tell you now that personal emoluments can be both development and recurrent. How? If you have a program, the program is measured by the outcomes. Then you measure all the resources that will come together to give you those outcomes. Those resources are many. They could be capital, they could be human resource, they could be anything else. All those resources that come together form that program. So if your program is a development program, you can still have personnel emoluments as part of that program. So it doesn't have to be recurrent all the time. But that's a story for another day. So let's look at some of the strategies that, again, as we were saying before, to mainstream productivity. Another one is the technological integration. And this involves integrating systems like the IFMIS that we have right now with the IPPD. Why do we have them as standalone systems? This would solve the wage bill accuracy issue. I do know that currently we have been insisting that all the employees to be put up on the IPPD. The next thing would be to connect this to IFMIS, and then we should be in a position now to get our reconciliations right. Then, manual payroll systems introduce computational errors, and we know that. We also know that ghost workers come in either by design or default. We are insisting that new employees on IPPD be all registered and that the process be quickened. Timely resourcing, now that is on the side of government. We are saying that limited resources may hinder the achievement of the objectives that we are talking about, like the mainstreaming, and unless we are able to collect our revenues on time and give these funds on time, then again, we are going to fail. Let's move on. So what's the conclusion? And I'm sure Dr. Komora must have seen that I was about to finish. So this paper is about the areas of wastage in the public sector wage bill. And we have emphasized the significance of prudent financial management and accountability. We know the law states that expenditure on wages should not exceed 35%. However, there is need to improve wage bill sustainability by reducing the waste and engendering those strategies that enhance the overall human resource productivity. So that is the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that powerful, wonderful presentation. A big applause to Dr. Nyakango. Prudent resource management, including the finances, which are a major resource. Remember yesterday when we were looking at the components of the total factor productivity issues, we looked at labor, we looked at finances, operation systems, all those. So there are spaces within the best use of financial resources and labor resources. We are reminding that we will be taking questions specific to each presenter at the end of the presentation, so kindly just continue to note down your questions. Allow that we go straight to the next presenter, who, like we said, upon allocation of budget by the Control of Budget, the Office of the Auditor General audits the usage of resources. So let's put our hands together as we invite the speaker from the Auditor General's office, the Deputy Auditor General, Isaac Nganga, to come and take us through. Kindly let's encourage him with an applause.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost is to appreciate the SRC for having us here, and also to pass my apologies of the Auditor General, who is also in another engagement. So the chief guest, Honorable Florence Bore, the chair of SRC, Dr. Chiti, Dr. Nyakango, all protocols observed. Good morning. Ourselves and the Office of the Control of Budget are joined at the hip. We might be looking like we were in the same WhatsApp group in the terms of our presentation, but it is a confirmation that the things and the issues that we see when you're undertaking our responsibilities are what we see. Therefore, even in the presentation that I'll be having, we'll also reinforce some of the issues that we have been raising. Kindly let's go to the slides. But to begin with, I just want to looking at our mandate, the role of OAG in addressing wastage in the public service, including wages and salaries or personal emoluments, an overview of wastage relating to unsustainable wage bill reported in the Office of the Auditor General reports, impact of wastages in the public finances, the challenges way forward, and a conclusion. Just want to reinforce that the role that we undertake, especially in the preparation of, in auditing of the financial accounts, is a constitutional mandate. But what I want to bring to our attention is the new area that we are also paying keen attention to, and that is on the areas of performance audit, or what we commonly know as value for money audits. And these audits goes beyond the figures that are in the financial statements. These audits look at issues that are particular interest to ANGICO. And if you go to our website, you'll see the myriad of reports that we've been able to release. And over and above all that, what we just want to report is that there are reports that then are able to put forward solutions that state departments have taken up and are taking up, and we are continuing to prod them to take them up. So our ultimate mandate as an office is to influence the development of our nation in the delivery of quality and sustainable service to the people, with a vision to making a difference in the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. So our role in addressing wastages is in the next slide, is we identify the irregularities. This is through examining of financial records, human resource management procedures. We also detect anomalies and non-compliance with regulations. One of the things that we do is that every time a constitutional commission or an independent office releases a circular, we onboard that compliance in our procedures, so that then if SRC has said that payment of allowances to a certain client is meant to be like this, we make sure that we check compliance with that and report back also, serve a report to the SRC, so that we are able then to see that there is compliance across the board. Again, we also investigate the discrepancies following up on suspected cases of misappropriation, or through our own motion, and also through the parliamentary requests that we are told to follow up. And these have increased in this season, and taking a considerable amount of our time. And this we do through our forensic offices. Our forensic office, we have a directorate that is in charge of forensic investigations, and then able to present a report to Parliament or the persons who have requested for that capacity. We also issue reports regularly. You've been able to see the reports that we've been issuing, and one of the things that now we are doing is that once we issue a report, we are trying to see how we can consolidate and make our reports be thematic. For example, if it's the health sector, we release a health cost-cutting report on the health sector. We release a report on areas of capitation or education, so that then you're able to focus the attentions in the right way. I want to just go ahead and look at how we've been able to see the issues of wastages, and this is through the manipulation of figures and misstatements on the as basis of modified reports. You've noticed that we've noted that in the 2022-2023, majority of entities audited by our office had modified audit opinions. For the national government, it was there about 65%, excluding the state-owned enterprises. For the county governments, it was at exactly 94%, meaning that it's on the higher quartile that we are having persons who are preparing financial statements doing a poor job. And we are also looking at it, again, if you look at it from the productivity side, it means that people are not, the preparers of these financial statements are not exerting their professionalism, they're not exerting their minds to the preparation, so that then we are not able to say that if you received X amount of money, you used it for X or Y, you're able just to present it in a financial statements, and then we offer an opinion as to whether the financial statements are presented in the right way. But most of all is also to look at, over and above the opinion that the office releases. If you look at the report of the Auditor General, it has 3 sections. The second section is on lawfulness and effectiveness on the use of public resources, and this is where you could then be having a clean report, but you also have issues on lawfulness and effectiveness that you need to apply yourself to, and we're able to report that. And these are the areas that we are then able to say that the money, yes, was spent. The money was spent in the right vote, but the money did not do what it was meant to do. If it is a project, it is still idle, it is not being used. If it is medicine, it has not been dispensed, or we cannot account for it. So that is a section of our financial, the auditor's report, that we are also trying to raise awareness, so that then over and above the opinions that we issue, there is also the other side of the quality of the services that are being rendered to the citizens. And the last one is on, the last section is on internal controls and matters of governance, and these are things about discipline. Are there controls? Are there parameters that are helping us to ensure that financial accountability is there? The monitored audit opinions reflect a low quality of financial statement, which is an indicator of errors, fraud, and financial misstatement, and there's a direct link between misstatement and resource wastage. And that parallel is normally very clear, because if you've received from the controller of budget, she has released funds for monies you rightfully applied, what makes it difficult to be able to place those figures in the right template? And the templates are idiot-proof, given by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. You just fill in, and then the figures balance. But when we see that 94%, especially in the county governments, that the financial statements are not balancing, it means there's something that you do not want to be known or to be seen. If you look at those, these are the summary of audit opinions. I will not reinforce about that, but I've just said it's around 67%. That is excluding the state-owned enterprises. In the next slide, for the executives, county executives, you see we are having 89 plus 6, 85 plus 6. You find that we have a very high percentage, both in the county assemblies and in the county executives. And this is just a clear indication that if we are having the county assemblies having qualified audit opinions, it then becomes very difficult to hold the county executive to account. Even as we try to champion that the county executive play an initial oversight role over public resources, in the county governments as opposed to the Senate, it becomes difficult because if you are not practicing that which you want to hold someone to account, it becomes very difficult, and therefore this then makes the environment a bit of a challenge. But we're working also closely with the Senate and the National Assembly to see how to capacity build. We've been able to capacity build. We are doing an outcome monitoring on the capacity building that we did 2 years ago, so that we see then if the discussions by the county assemblies have improved. We're also looking at the misstatements of employee cost and payroll fraud as a basis for modification. What are the issues that lead to us issuing a modified report? Again, has been said by the control of budget, that the variance between the IPPD payroll data and reported employees, issues of fictitious employees on payroll leading to salaries being siphoned off. You pay, but if we trace that money, it goes to pay other people's. And yesterday, I remember in the news, we had people being held to account for monies being released on salary through casual, but returning to the executive in other means, and just continues to show that this blatant abuse of the payroll as our personal emoluments as a conduit for siphoning public resources. Payment of salaries without staff numbers, again, unauthorized and casual staff payments. This is a very interesting space. You find we have, just as the controller said, that you have people being paid, but when you ask to see the people who are being paid on a regular basis, it becomes an issue of producing the people, and therefore ends up qualifying the same. Unauthorized allowances, again, also the issue of unsupported salaries and allowance payments, manipulation of payroll data, and lack of employment records in the next slide. Therefore, you see that we have people who have been engaged without us having the employment records. So one, if we are undertaking an examination of their credibility, like the current process that is being undertaken in public service, which records do you use? If you want to know whether this person is qualified to undertake the function that they are holding, how do you confirm that? If you want to hold them to account because of performing duties over and above their capacity, you can't be able to hold them to account. Therefore, the issue of employment records continues to be a major challenge, and it's an area that, especially for the casual workers, that we think that needs to be addressed. Misclassification of employee costs reported as payment for use of goods and services, so that comes a big challenge. Now, on the cross-cutting issues for non-compliance and inefficiencies in the human resource management, we have looked at and continue to report. One of the what we call subject matters for every auditor or any audit that we undertake for all of our clients is that we report whether you're in compliance with the 35% wage bill threshold, and if you're not, what efforts you're doing or putting in place, or if there is a justification why that is the case, and what are you doing to ensure that then that you're applying the resources you're applying the human resource in a way that is then productive and results to the benefits to the citizen. There's also the issue of recruitment without staff establishment as required in the public service human resource. We have, again, an issue concerning overstaffing in the next slide, whereby similarly, and I think at times, justification comes by two parties, what we in the office we call corroboration. The controller of budget has rightly put it that you find that we are overstaffing some of the offices, yet we have a huge deficit in some other offices. Therefore, a cross-cutting measure, especially if for national government and the county governments, that can be taken, so that then we all serve in Wanjiko, and if we are having people who are just taking a pay and enjoying their lives, and others are suffering because they're not receiving services, yet we are being paid from the same pot, I think that's an area that requires a conversation, so that then there is parity in the way we offer the services and also apply ourselves to the work that we do. There's lack of performance management systems. It's an issue that we have raised severally, where you find that, yes, we have the strategic plans, we have launched them, we have operational plans, we have even the PCs at times, or we have performance measurements that no one cares about. If you ask, yeah, these were the results last year, these were the recommendations to be undertaken, so what has happened? You find that the performance measurement is maybe weak to assess employees' performance, hindering accountability and identification of unnecessary positions. We also have a skill gap, again, where we have people disconnected to the work that they do, disengaged to the duty that they are called to undertake, and also being placed to undertake functions. It was very interesting the other day when the Nairobi, the Senate was holding its session with the Nairobi County Assembly, and the person who was acting in a position who needed to be a certified public accountant could not sign the financial statements because they're not in good books or they're not certified public accountants. Therefore, they demanded that a person who is extremely at the lower space to sign. And it just goes to show that merit needs to start playing a role, and also the issue of skills. So we are also saying that in the cross-cutting issue relating to weak internal controls, we have inadequate oversight. We have mentioned that. Manual payrolls, where we have payrolls that the controls are outside the system, similar to IPPD, where you find a majority of the controls in IPPD are outside the system. Lack of segregation of duties, management override. But I want to go to the way forward, which is the second last slide, and to look at what we are then saying is that weaknesses should be addressed, and one of the things that we are doing is that we've released a framework on follow-up of audits, which we are using then to make sure that then we hold the issue that we have raised, we continue maintaining them until they're fully accounted. We are having engagements with the executive, with the National Assembly, with Senate, and everyone who is concerned about the implementation of our responses. We're also having a lot of public engagement with the parliamentary committees and also accounting officers on the need for us to be a learning nation, where the audit findings of 1 year should not be. There's normally a statement that we make that the prior issues have not been addressed. We start, that's the first confirmation that we confirm, and I think we have told the executive and had engagement with them that they are the appointing authority and they need to crack the whip, because these are matters that should not be entertained. Allocate sufficient resources to undertake regular and continuous preventive audit, leverage on technology. But in conclusion, we want to say that by effectively exposing wastages and promoting accountability, the office has paved the way for more efficient and transparent public sector. There's also need for follow-up of recommendations provided in the audit reports to promote a culture of prudent resource management, and also for us to be a learning nation. We can't be productive if we are not learning from where we are coming from. And also to foster cooperation and partnerships in accountability agencies. We have an MOU with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We have an MOU with other institutional commission and independent offices, just to share information so that then we play a common role of ensuring that there is discipline in the management of public services. But finally, is to address in public service wastage is critical in the restoration of fiscal sustainability and improving governance in the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Auditor General, Ndugu Isaac Ng'ang'a, for that, again, very supportive presentation on the areas of wastage that then go to impact on our wage bill numbers and ratios. Yes, we are, the way Dr. Nyakongo said, you are co-joined at the hip. We are also co-joined with yourselves on the other side of the other hip. So having gone through that, allow that we do a small energizer, because we have 2 final presentations before our chief guest speaks to us to wrap up the session. We will be going to the state corporations in terms of what they are doing, just to see the efforts that are being put in the, especially state corporations. But, and then the chief guest will wrap it up with her remarks. But before we do that, allow that I request my colleague Commissioner Meli, to come and just give us a small energizer, and then I'll be guiding next.
Thank you so much, Dr. I've just realized that a good number of us are already offering prayers for the speakers. I don't know whether we've realized that. Kindly let's all stand up for a very small stretch, a very small exercise. Let's be upstanding, and if you are 80 kgs and above, take care so that you don't break your leg, because we want to have you in this conference until the end. So I will ask us to do a very simple exercise, and you will follow what I'm doing up here. I will ask all of us to put their hands this way, turn it down, call your friend, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's call for the rain. Another 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold your right hand this way. Bring it this way. To the shoulder, to the left shoulder, please. That way. We are doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Do the other way again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. Now we will do the last one. I want you to stand by your heels. This way you lift, and that's why I'm saying you need to take care of your, if you're above 90 kgs, kindly do this way. Stage it up, up, down, down, up, 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 down. Lastly, let's do this way. Spread your legs. Spread your legs. We will do this 10, and then we complete. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rikari.
Thank you. A healthy nation is a productive nation, so thanks for that energizer. We are all up and awake to engage. Like I said, we have 2 presentations from state corporations, together with another one from the Ministry of Health, just to showcase what they're doing in this space of productivity mainstreaming, taking into account all these issues that have come through the last 2 days, and even, the last 2 days. So without much ado, allow that we bring to stage the first case study of the commercial state corporations that we have been working with in terms of mainstreaming productivity within the public service. We have had institutions that we are using as pilot, and we want them to share what the experiences have been, probably the challenges, and how they are navigating through to ensure that they align their programs to the productivity agenda. So to take us, the first one will be Engineer Peter Njenga, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Kenya Electricity Generating Company. He will be speaking to us on productivity mainstreaming in commercial state corporations, case study of the Kenyan. As I indicated, he's an engineer, but we have been discussing with him that he's learning the ropes, actually more and more, on how to move beyond engineering skills to mobilizing people to ensure that they deliver, especially now, this strategic agenda on productivity. So without much ado, let's encourage Engineer Oro to come and Nganga to come and take us through the next session.
Good morning, everyone. To our chief guests, the CS Labor and the SRC Chair, all the distinguished delegates, good morning again. My name is Engineer Peter Njenga. I think my friend has just mentioned that I'm an engineer, but I can also be an engineer in HR. Yeah, because I have a huge responsibility of handling a very huge number of staff in managing KenGen. I will talk about our experience and the journey we have walked in this area of productivity mainstreaming. I know people are looking forward to see what has been done in a state corporation like ourselves, KenGen. But maybe before I talk about the productivity mainstreaming, I think it is important for us to get to know who is KenGen. KenGen is an electricity generating organization. I know the units of measure of electricity. People don't really understand the megawatts. It's just like the unit of measure of maize is the kilograms, but we measure electricity in megawatts. And looking at KenGen, out of the installed capacity in Kenya of more than 3,300 megawatts, KenGen contributes about 1,770 megawatts, that is 1,770 megawatts as a capacity. And that is well over 50%. So we play a very critical role in driving the economy of this country in the area of electricity energy provision. Having said that, we know that KenGen, or rather the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, PLC, is listed in Nairobi Securities Exchange. The shareholding is 70% government and 30% by private shareholders, and therefore we need to give returns to our shareholders every year. We are normally audited, and I want to thank the Office of the Auditor General because they really are the ones who audit us, and they have been doing a good job to ensure that whatever resources that we have or what we have meant to do, we do what we are meant to do correctly. I love that picture because for those who don't know, that is actually Takwel power generating dam. It is actually somewhere very close at the boundaries of West Pokot and Turkana. And if you have an opportunity in the future, you can actually be a tourist and go and see that very spectacular scene. I want us to look at that history, but not going into the detail, just to mention that actually this year we shall be 70 years old. KenGen was incorporated as Kenya Power Company in 1954, so we are going to be 70 years. And anybody who is 70 years and above, you can be sure you are very mature in age. So we have really matured. Next slide. Just to mention, our vision is to be the market leader in the provision of reliable, safe, quality, and competitively priced electric energy in Eastern Africa region. So we are not just looking at Kenya, we are going beyond the boundaries. We have our values, which are very, very important. And in the next slide, I just mentioned where we are and who we are. But perhaps to mention here is that our turnover for the last financial year was 53.9 billion. And we are not only doing power generation, we are also trying to do diversification. And our diversification agenda is mainly driven by offering consultancies, especially in the area of geothermal generation. Our portfolio, very important for you to know that besides hydro power generation, that's where I was giving the example of Takwel, we have geothermal, and in fact, in the geothermal generation, we are actually the largest geothermal producer in this region. In the world, we are actually ranked at number 6 as the highest geothermal generating organization in the world. We also have a small component of wind generation somewhere on Ngong Hills. And then we're also doing thermal energy in Mombasa, Kipevu. But we are working very hard because of the agenda of greening the energy so that going forward, we are going to continue reducing the thermal energy generation. Our strategic dimensions, of course, because we know the responsibility we have in the economy, in driving the economy, we have really to build up our generation capacity, and we are looking at increasing our generation in hydro. We are looking at increasing generation in geothermal. You have noticed in our portfolio we don't have solar. We are soon getting into solar, and what we are doing in the solar area, we are going to build them alongside our hydropower stations so that they can complement each other. We want to create value for our shareholders. I've just mentioned we are listed in a Nairobi Stock Securities Exchange. And of course, we want to contribute in lowering the tariff. One of our presenters said that we need to look at ensuring that the value or the cost of electricity is low so that we can attract investors in the form of manufacturers and so on. That slide is just showing you the weighted average costs per kilowatt hour for the various types of generation. We have hydros, which is at 3.2 Kenya shillings per kilowatt hour. We have the small hydros, which are normally on energy, 8.1. The thermals, which are now the fuel, it's quite high at 26.63. The geothermal at 11.55 on energy, tariff on wellheads, and geothermal plants at 6.4, and wind at 7.7. So if you compare this with the national figures, then you realize that KenGen has quite good values for electricity. That is just a picture to show you that in one of our currency notes, the 50 shilling, we have Olkaria 1 as one of the pictures there, and also the wind in that particular area. In our organization, we believe in pushing the agenda of innovation, and we normally hold annual innovation seminars where we require our staff to generate ideas, innovative ideas. And this is just to tell you that this is the journey we have walked. We have developed about 625 ideas. We have completed implementation of 240, and we are working on implementing 72 of them. And the rest we are in the process of implementing. And this has helped us actually to sustain KenGen in the era of competition, because we are competing with the independent power producers in this country. Next. When now we look at the discussion we are having today on productivity mainstreaming, I know we have already defined productivity, and this is just to get you to understand where we are coming from. That productivity is the capacity of an organization, institution, or business to produce desired results with minimum expenditure of energy, time, money, employees, and materials. So all those resources, you have to look at them and optimize on them. So we are also saying that increased performance really does not necessarily equate to improved productivity, and productivity is concerned with that balance between all factors of production that will give the greatest output for the least effort. The accountability framework in our organization, we are looking at our leadership team, which is comprised of the general managers, the managers, and the assistant managers. And we are looking at the corporate performance, and we add that to departmental performance. And if you look at that, that is what now is supposed to guide on where we are supposed to go. We look at the corporate targets, which we are assigning 60%. And in our corporate targets, you know, when we generate power, we have to sell it to the off-taker, KPLC, and I'm happy to see the chair of KPLC here, Madam Brenda. Thank you for coming. And we have PPAs that we discuss with them. And those PPAs, we assign 20% out of the 60. The GOK performance score, we assign 5%. The return on investment capital, we assign 5%. Return on assets, we assign 5%. Projects execution, because you realize from our mandate, we generate electricity, we have to build projects. And that is very important for us, so we assign that project execution to 10%. Our strategy, which we call Horizon 2, good to great strategy, we assign it 10%, and diversification, which is very important for us because of the environment we are working in, because of the competition I've mentioned. We also have to consider that very seriously. Departmental targets, we are looking at strategic initiatives, which should be in line with our strategy, assigning 15%. The service level level agreements between the departments that are offering services to the core business functions, we assign that 10%. The performance, we assign 5%. And very important, the behavioral attitudes, 10%. I think we need to have a very great conversation about the behavior, because that is what determines the culture. And we have known that culture is a very serious thing when it comes to performance. If your culture is not good, then your performance will not be good. We are talking here about your effort, bidii yako, and look again at the strategic initiatives, look at the service level agreements, and the GOK initiatives as well. And the behavioral attributes that I was talking about that will really help us to build up the performance, the teamwork and developing others, integrity and leadership. Yesterday I had an opportunity of attending a workshop with the EACC, and I am now very much convinced that integrity is a core area that we need to address as we even talk about this wage bill management. Professionalism and time management, safety consciousness, very critical, because for those who have been able to visit some of our power plants, especially the geothermal, very risky operations where the steams are at very high temperatures. So we have really to be very careful in how we handle the area of safety. Even for our hydro, you know, the dams are also safety areas. The journey we have walked so far, we can comfortably say that we have covered the first phase, productivity measurement, which is already done. We have measures of productivity identified. We are now working on productivity analysis, that is defining the strengths and weaknesses. And we will also now embark on the productivity planning. We review the results of the second phase, set goals and alternatives. And then we expect that we'll move to the fourth phase of productivity improvement. And we expect to complete that by September of this year. This OMAX model has already been discussed. And as indicated there, and as it was mentioned earlier, the steps are very clear. You determine the measurements indicators, which we have already done, determination of appropriate metrics. You determine the weights for each of those metrics, development of standard scale for the matrices, finding the scores from the scales, calculation of the performance score, and calculation of the total productivity index, and of course, data analysis and presentation. In our organization, we have already identified the key indicators, and top on the list is the plant availability. You know that power generation is such that currently we have no storage technologies implemented in this country, and therefore what you generate, you have to utilize, and therefore we have to ensure that our machines are available all the time as per the set agreements with the off-taker. Project delivery, as I indicated, that our projects are very major, and therefore we have to ensure that we deliver them at quality projects and at the set budgets and timelines. Cost optimization, of course, we have been around for 70 years, which means some of our power plants are quite old, and therefore we have to have very regular maintenance programs. We have to continue maintaining our machines so that they continue to deliver what is expected of them. We have to keep scanning the risks around us. We have also to look at the budget absorption, and again, because of the technologies that are emerging in the digital era, we have also again to scan the environment and look at the digital technologies that we can employ in helping us to optimize the use of the machines. The financial performance also a very important indicator. We want to see how well we use the business assets. Actually, our assets are in the tune of over 500 billion Kenya shillings. And that is a very substantial amount. So we have always to look at how are those assets performing and how are they generating revenues. Stakeholder and customer satisfaction, very important. Wherever we operate our power plants, we live among communities. And sometimes when we are setting up our power plants, we have to displace these communities, and we have to continue engaging them and working with them and helping them to resettle to the places and go around their lives the way they used to, or even better. Legal and statutory compliance, we have to continue scanning around and ensure that we are complying with all the legal requirements. Human capital readiness, of course, very important. As I said, technology is changing all the time, and therefore you have to continue to impart new knowledge in the areas of technology. Inventory management, again, very important, because as we maintain our machines, we have spare parts, we have all the items that are required to be able to avail our machines. We have gone ahead and we've been able to determine the weights. As I had indicated, according to that model, you need also to put weights. And out of those 11 indicators, all of them, we have been able to work out the weights. As indicated there, the availability is the highest, 27.19%. all the way down to the percentage reduction of shareholder customer complaints at 1.44%. So, because we are holding that as also important. We believe in stakeholder engagements, and that has to continue increasing. We are happy that SRC was able to involve us in this conference, and we continue working together. The Ministry of Labor, the government itself. We are looking at how we can progress and move forward. And you can see that one is not showing here, but just 1 minute. How do we adopt the plan? We look at assessment and planning, look at the communication and engagement. Of course, we have said that this is a change program, and employees have really to understand where we are coming from. So you have to develop a communication plan to explain the need for change and its benefits, engage employees at all levels to ensure their buy-in and commitment to the productivity initiatives. Then we will move on to training and development, very critical. Then resource allocation. Again, we are saying we need to look at all the resources and ensure that they are optimally utilized so that the productivity can be able to go up. And iterative implementation and adjustment. Roll out changes incrementally to minimize disruptions and allow for adjustments based on feedback. And continuous monitor progress and make necessary adjustments to the implementation plan. We have explained all these statements. I don't want to go through them. I want us to go to our future. Our future, yes, next slide. We want to inculcate productivity management. And of course, we need to clearly articulate the company's mission, vision, and strategic objectives, because as we have been told earlier, that it is out of that strategy that you determine the, how you're going to assess the productivity, or how you're going to determine the objectives for your productivity. And you also promote effective communication, encourage collaboration and teamwork, streamline processes and eliminate bottlenecks. Next slide, provide the right tools and resources. I think as the technology changes, we have also to change the tools that we are utilizing, even in the area of the manual tools, or even the digital tools that we require, or the soft tools where we help our employees with the new technologies. Set realistic workloads and prioritize tasks. I think this is an area that is important. Sometimes I think it has been mentioned by the earlier presenter here that you must balance the work so that you don't have some staff who are overloaded and others are not well loaded. I have encountered situations where you have employees that will clear their assignments by morning session and the afternoon they are just idling around. So we must ensure that everybody is engaged throughout and they are producing. Monitor and measure performance regularly. That cannot be overemphasized. It's very important that we need to monitor what people are doing. We have also to implement performance incentives and rewards. And the rewards can actually be either way. You have to have consequence management, that those ones who are not achieving their performance set goals, you reprimand them. Iterate and improve, and ensure that they foster a culture of continuous improvement by encouraging feedback, analyzing performance data, and implementing changes based on lessons learned. Adaptation and evolution are key to sustaining productivity gains over time. KenGen, we have a slogan that we are pushing to today, and we are saying that we jenga Kengen. Jenga means build. So we cannot build Kengen if the productivity is not improved. Given the same resources that we have, we believe that if we adapt these initiatives of incorporating productivity, streaming in our performances and our organization, then we can be able to ensure that we build a stronger Kengen that is going to generate more electricity energy. And because majority of the independent power producers are producing what we call variable renewable energy, that is the wind and solar. In the rainy season like now, we don't have much solar, we don't have much wind, and therefore we need what we call the base power load providing electricity, which is done by the hydros and the geothermals. So we have to continue building that capacity. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Engineer Peter Njenga. Jenga Kengen. Wanasema Jenga Kengen, inua mapato. I'm one of your productivity champions. So thank you for that very insightful presentation. I like the aspect of leveraging on innovation to boost organizational productivity and new ways of doing things. Having said that, allow that we take the next case study of, this was a commercial state corporation. Now we're going to a service state corporation. Remember, we were told that productivity is measurable, so across, whether commercial or service state corporation. So allow that we bring on stage our next presenter, Mrs. Esther Ngari, the Managing Director of Kenya Bureau of Standards, also to give her perspectives on what they're doing. Let's encourage her with a round of applause.
The chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, all protocols observed, good morning. Before I do my presentation, I would want to just acknowledge the chairman of the National Standards Council, just by standing and waving. Thank you very much. I'm waiting for the presentation. Thank you. Kenya Bureau of Standards is a national standards body that is in the Ministry of Enterprise, Development, Industry, and Trade, and we are the national standards body in Kenya. The leadership is headed by the National Standards Council for its strategic direction. We were established by the Standards Act, Cap 496 of the laws of Kenya, and this year we will be celebrating our Golden Jubilee in July. The operations are guided by a 5-year strategic plan and performance contract that we sign with the government, and we operate a performance management-based system, and every employee from the managing director to every officer within the organization signs a balanced scorecard. So we measure our performance for everyone within the organization. Our mandate, as per the Standards Act, is standard services. We support the industry and commerce through standardization, conformity assessment services, which include testing, inspection, and market surveillance. We also do facilitation of trade through standards, This one is where we ensure that we eliminate barriers to trade through standards development, because you cannot trade without standards. Then we have information services, which include standards. Kenya is a signatory in the WTO, World Trade Organization, and the national inquiry point is based at Kenya Bureau of Standards. So all inquiries by other trading partners in WTO, they come through KEBS. We also do training and education in standardization. Our operations are based, or we get our direction from our strategic plan 2023-2027, which has been developed as guided, and it's ingrained in the Vision 2030 and the Better Agenda and the medium-term plan 4. And if you look at that house, which guides our operations, our vision is to be a global leader in standards-based solutions for trade and sustainable development. With our mission to provide standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment services that safeguard consumers and facilitate trade for a sustainable future. So when we talk about all our operations, we look at sustainability. And we have 3 pillars, which are trade facilitation, technical services, and standards. And our strategic foundations are 3, which are technology and innovation, institutional capacity, which I'll be talking about, and which is the basis of the productivity mainstreaming in our organization, and then policy and legal framework. And those are the core values that guide all our operations. When you talk about standards, someone would ask, I don't want to assume that we all know what standards are, but standards are documents that provide requirements, specifications, guidelines that can be used consistently to ensure that materials, products, processes, and services are fit for their purpose. And standards achieve 3 key objectives, which include facilitate trade, protect consumers from harmful and poor quality goods, and protection of the environment. Now, getting to the main discussion on the productivity mainstreaming at Kenya Bureau of Standards. The background, in which the presenter earlier mentioned, is that productivity level is an indicator of an organization's competitiveness. And productivity culture and practices enable an organization to produce goods and services at a cost that meet the tests of domestic and international markets. And highly productive organizations promote and maintain high standards and quality of the life of their people. And these people include even those who are working in those organizations, who are the employees. The human capital is the only resource among all factors of production that can be creative and innovative. And therefore, we need to really focus on the human capital. And most successful organizations attribute their success to their human capital. So Kenya Bureau of Standards was among the first 30 pilot organizations that were appointed by Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, and National Productivity Coordination Center And that is why we are here to make this presentation, because we have gone through it before, and we can share the experiences that we've had and the impact this is causing our organization. And management embraced this opportunity and worked closely with SLC and NPCC to realize objectives and productivity mainstreaming at KEBS. So institutionalizing productivity in public sector service, KEBS has committed productivity mainstreaming through different, we have done different things, and one of them is the quality management system certification, ISO 9001:2015, in which continuous improvement is a central principle. I would want to encourage all the stakeholders, all the people who are listening to this presentation, that implementation of ISO 9001 is one of the most important systems that you can adopt in your institution, and it will help you in your continuous improvement. I know in the past, this had been put in the performance contracting, and it was a requirement, and you realize those who adopted it then and are still upholding the system, they know the benefits. And countries which have implemented ISO 9001, even their economic development is higher than others. So this is an encouragement for the entire public sector, and more so the service industry, to implement this system, because it will help you in the continuous improvement. We have also the strategic plan 2023-2027, which is aligned to the Better Agenda, and MTP4 under the Strategic Foundation number 2.1. Then we have the strategy. The strategy is also aligned to the government 5th generation strategic plan guidelines. And the following key productivity structures have been put in place at KEBS. The first thing we did is productivity mainstreaming committees and champions. We have a productivity framework, and we have a productivity improvement strategy in place. Then we went ahead and did training of the following groups of people. So the National Standard Council, being the overarching body of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, they were trained on the productivity mainstreaming. Then we trained the senior management committees. We also had the Productivity Measurement and Improvement Committee was formed and trained, and we also formed the champions, Improvement Committee champions, and they have been trained on the productivity measurement. So the next step will be now the champions to take over and do creation, awareness creation for the entire organization and all the staff of Kenya Bureau of Standards. Then when you go to the productivity metrics, as an organization, we have identified 8 metrics. These are from our mandate. And as we go through them, you'll see that each one of them is speaking to a specific mandate within our organization. The first metric is the revenue generated per staff. I will tell you when we get to the end of this and I show you what we came up with for the last 2 years, it was quite enlightening, because you realize some of the things you wouldn't have seen, or when you are checking the way the organization is performing, you don't see until you do the index. So when you talk about revenues generated per staff, we have employed several strategies to realize these metrics, and one of them is the implementation of the approved establishment. And we have tried as much as possible to ensure that within our establishment, first we only recruit people within the approved establishment, and then the balance between technical and support staff. We have tried to achieve, although we are not yet there, development and implementation of an action plan for new ways of working so that we can ensure every staff is being productive, and development and implementation of KEB's competency-based training modules that equip the staff with specific knowledge and skills to deliver on the objectives. So we don't just carry out trainings, but we do very targeted trainings for all our staff. Then the second matrix is the revenue to cost ratio. And the strategies we have adopted are development and implementation of the procurement plan. I know this is a requirement by every government agency, and we ensure that we stick by the implementation, by the procurement plan, automation of KEB's processes to reduce on waste and enhance turnaround times. This is very key for us. We have automated all our processes to ensure there are no leakages in areas where we do revenue correction, and even in other areas that we are able to automate and to have a clear view of exactly what is happening within the organization. Increase revenue base by expanding scopes of work because we need to make the money, so we have to increase our scopes of work as per our mandate. Then the third matrix is number of products certified per staff. We realized we had been measuring before, we had been measuring how many products we are certifying, but now we need to link that to every individual staff that is in that particular area. And the strategies we have employed is develop and implement the guidelines for implementation of HR policy on self-drive so that our staff have the self-drive, and automation of fleet management. You might wonder how this is related to number of products certified. We have automated our fleet, and this helps us to ensure that whenever a staff requires a vehicle to be able to go out there, then it is available, and we are able to even pull them together so that then they can use those resources properly. The fourth strategy the fourth matrix is standards developed per staff, because this is one of our core mandates on standards development. And the strategies we have implemented are to identify any products that we have certified against foreign standards, meaning we don't have standards, national standards for these products, or we are using manufacturer specifications so that we can target these particular products and develop standards for them. And the second one is to fully implement the National Standardization Plan. The National Standardization Plan is a document that has been developed from the input of all our stakeholders, and therefore it encompasses what the market requires, what standards the market requires. Therefore, we ensure that then the standards we develop are the ones which the market demands. Then the fifth matrix is parameters analyzed per staff. And we realize that we do a lot of analysis within our labs, but then we need to link with the number of officers, technical officers we have in our laboratories, and to know what are the outputs for each of these staff. So we do check how many parameters are they analyzing, not just the products analyzed, but even the parameters. And the strategies we have put in place is one, to expand the scope and capacity at our regional laboratories. These will help us to make sure that we are not bringing samples from all over the country to the headquarters, but we can increase the capacity at our regional labs. We have 51 laboratories in KEBS, and when we increase the capacity, when we increase the scope in our regional labs, then we bring the services closer to the consumers. And the next one is to duplicate equipment for similar tests, so that then we don't have failure of equipment, which then leads us not to be able to do testing, as well as subcontracting services to other accredited service providers. Then the sixth metrics is number of calibrations done per staff, because this is also one of our mandates. And the strategies we have employed is also expanding scope and capacity of our regional laboratories to ensure we are offering the services closer to the clients, increasing calibration and measurement capabilities within our institution, as well as training of these officers and modernizing our laboratories and equipment. We have the seventh metrics, number of market surveillance products inspected per staff. We have certified over 26,000 products in Kenya, and with that number and limited number of market surveillance officers, we need to know how much or how many products each officer is able to inspect, and we measure that. So what the strategies we have put in place, we have developed and implemented a market surveillance regulation is currently ongoing as per the market surveillance strategy. We are doing risk-based market surveillance, not just going out there and picking products in the supermarkets, but we are doing risk analysis so that we do targeted market surveillance. And then development and implementation of KEBS competency-based training modules so that we're able to train all our technical officers on exactly what we expect. And finally, on the eighth metrics, which is number of destination inspections carried out per staff, the strategies we have implemented is to ensure that we are implementing the approved establishment for the number of inspectors that we need, development and implementation of action plan for new ways of working, how can we do inspection better, and implementation of KEBS competency-based training modules. You realize I have really, majority of the strategies are focused on the competence-based training, because we need all our technical officers to have the right capacity to do inspection, to do testing, to do market surveillance, to do standards development. Now, this is what I was talking about. If you look at this productivity composite index, we went ahead and did for the last 2 years, 2021-22, and then 2022-23, the last financial year. When you look at this, when you see red, it means danger. There's a problem. And then yellow is medium productivity, and then green is high productivity. Now, before we did this, it was very easy for, if you look at the 8 metrics, they actually represent the different directorates that we have at Kenya Bureau of Standards. So a director would come and want to convince you that they are doing so well. But when you have this, you can look at it and you can be able to tell how every directorate is performing. And without much explanation, you can see where there is so much red, and it's an indicator something needs to be done. And that is how this particular productivity composite has helped us as an institution. We have consistently, from quarter 1, 2, and 3, given data to NPPC to be able to put together information so that at the end of the financial year, this financial year, we will be able to tell. In the financial year 2021-22, we achieved a productivity composite index of 2.91, which is under low productivity, because low productivity starts from 0 to 2, and then yellow, which is 3 to 6. The following financial year, 2022-2023, we were 2.63, so we actually dropped. And this is information we wouldn't have been able to measure if we were not in this program. So we are looking at improvement, and our current target is to move for this financial year from 2.63 to 3.5 over the 5-year period. So this particular chart, or what you can see, came about because we had data which we provided, and then we were able to come up with this. Then implementation and monitoring of productivity indicator. The management has embedded productivity measurement and improvement in the balance scorecard tool, from the managing director's scorecard to all the directors and the chief managers. Those are the 3 levels of management within our institution. We undertake to do monitoring, evaluation, and improvement on a quarterly basis. So this is one of the tools that we discuss on a quarterly basis. We review, and we are able to tell where are we at any one time. Then Kenya Bureau of Standards provides the NPCC with data for computation of quarterly index to establish the progress we are making, and we thank NPCC for this partnership and working with us this journey. And management meets and reviews results for development of collective actions where the results are not conforming. Because as you can see from that tool, you are able to tell where there's a problem, where you need to focus, where you need to put collective action, where you need to change the strategy. And finally, I want to leave you with this quote from Steve Jobs. Deciding what not to do is as important as deciding what to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Estangari, for giving that overview on your experiences as the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Very clear productivity matrices identified with a very clear corporate index. And already you're doing pretty well in terms of the foundations, and we believe you'll continually improve as part of making yourselves better. I believe we are getting staff, especially those from the state corporations. I believe you can see that these things are doable. If you're handheld, you can actually move in the manner that these agencies are moving. Having gotten that far, we now have a final presentation that we'll try to take within 15 minutes. Hopefully that will not be unfair to the PS for Public Health and Professional Standards, Ms. Mary Muriuki, to give us their perspectives on productivity mainstreaming in the ministries, case study of the Ministry of Health. Let's encourage her with an applause, a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Our CS, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. You know, when I sat there, I realized I'm a very new face to many people. But nevertheless, we are here. We are happy to be here. Madam Chair, congratulations. This is well done. And we really feel that year in, year out, we should come here. I have learned a lot, having sat there and listened to the many technical people speaking, really. Now, When I think productivity, I think about facilitating some kind of mindset shift. When you talk about being busy, instead of being busy, be effective. When you talk about working hard, instead of just working hard, then make sure you work smart. And instead of being reactive, then it is good to be self-directive. And this comes in threes, probably. Issue, prioritization, the energy you put in, and the attention. And thereof, the Ministry of Health in Kenya has initiated a very significant shift towards preventive and promotive healthcare to enhance productivity and reduce costs. And this is by focusing on prevention. The ministry aims to increase the spending on curative services, hence more saving. These days, Madam CS, we keep on saying that afya yako ni jukumu lako, because we want everybody to go back home and try and see what are those things that I must do that will not take me to hospital every now and then. You know, issues of minor ailments that can be prevented at home. And this is evident by the enactment of the 4 laws that we have had in December. That is the Social Health Insurance Act of 2023, and those who have gone through the law, you realize that we have enhanced in terms of the 3 funds that are in it. That is the Social Health Insurance Fund, the Primary Care Fund, and the Chronic Illness Fund. And then we have the Primary Health Care Act, equally, of 2023, and the Facility Improvement Financing Act of 2023. When we say that funds that are meant for healthcare must never be reallocated to other functions, then we have to ring-fence that which belongs to healthcare. And we equally have the Digital Health Act of 2023. Since the launch of H.E, and that is in October 2023, the ministry, in collaboration with county governments, have seen the training, the kitting of 107,000 community health promoters who have engaged to advance this prevention agenda at the grassroots level. You know, I'm sure many of you have just heard about the community health promoter, and maybe you don't know how they work. These are individuals and leaders at the community level. We have trained them, we have kitted them for first aid issues at the bottom of the pyramid. These are people who will walk to our households, ensure that they take your blood pressure, ensure that they take your blood sugar, and refer you to the nearest health facility to be checked by a skilled health worker should you have adverse issues. And this is very significant in health improvement across all communities. Our pillars right now is in our reforms, we have the digital health, we have health financing, the human resources for health. I know most of you have seen us struggle in the last 1 month, the health commodity security. When we talk about the digital health, interrelatability of data is really very important. And this integrating advanced technology into healthcare for improved service delivery and will enhance patient outcomes and streamline operations, that is in the Ministry of Health, and this transformative step towards a more efficient, accessible health system. We keep on saying that in our reforms, we want to see an accessible, available, and affordable quality healthcare. And digital healthcare is just one bit of what we are doing. The distribution of 100,000 smartphones to the community health promoter, that the CHP at the bottom of the pyramid will have a gadget that will record, and whatever they record is transmitted to the headquarters. And this is as a result of the launch of the SIM, that is last year. Equally, the electronic community health information system and training of that, 87,000 CHPs for the use of the SIM. So far, the CHPs have registered 4.5 million households of the target, thereby reaching 22 million Kenyans. An average household in Kenya has about 5 people. So if they have registered about 4 million, that means we are over 20 million people who have been reached by the program. And the Digital Health Act of 2023 is key in streamlining technology adoption in addressing the legal and regulatory gaps that is in the e-health. Remember when we were growing up, and I keep saying this, that the quota exercise book that you used to have is a lot of waste. It rolls back even into issues to do with the environment, you know. The quota exercise book, the minute it gets lost, records get lost. So digital health will enhance the same and ensure that time is not wasted. And it also helps in terms of planning. Then we have health financing, as I've talked about, the improvement of the Facility Improvement Financing Act that ring-fences the resources allocated for facility improvement, and this will help in terms of cost-cutting savings, streamlining of management, enhancing efficiency, and especially on procurement and distribution processes. Then we have the health commodity security, that is around supply chain improvement, adoption of digital technologies. You've seen issues to do with KEMSA have really improved lately, and we are very glad about that. And this will minimize a lot of wastages, distribution efficiencies, ensuring timely deliveries. All the health facilities, or most of the health facilities from the county level, procure from KEMSA. The local manufacturing boost, again, if you look at what happened during COVID-19, sometimes you may have had money, but we did not have the drugs because we didn't have manufacturers of the same. An investment in local manufacturing will boost a lot in our healthcare. So the production of pharmaceuticals and medical supplies will lessen the dependency on imports and will boost economic growth at the same time. If we look at the regulatory enhancement, again, strengthening our regulatory institutions like Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which will ensure the safety and quality of health commodities. I was given 15 minutes, so I'll run by some of the issues. Now, human resources for health. And just when I want to present it, my phone hung. I want to give you a few statistics on what has been happening around the human resources for health in the country. As per the Kenya Health Labor Market Analysis Report, which was released in 2023, December, and it showed a need for the development of human resources for health policy. The health sector has been contributing approximately 2.04% of the country's GDP, and notably, the small contribution to GDP is even on a downward trend. And this is decreasing by about 1.3 per year. The analysis revealed that the overall employment in the economy has generally been on a positive growth trajectory. And that is, it is increasing from 4.6% in 2010 to around 5.5%. If you look at the private sector again, the private sector has been the driver of the employment in the health labor market with an average growth rate of about 7% per annum as compared to 4.1% annual rate of growth from the public sector. However, Kenya's current health workforce gap remains large, and probably that is why we can see the doctors in the streets. Generally, the health workforce is mainly composed of nurses, clinical officers, medical doctors, and this accounts to about 77% of the 77%, and that is the density of doctors, nurses, midwives, the clinical officers per 10,000 population increased, which has equally increased by 106%. So if you look at the rate in which we are growing, some years back we used to produce about only 100 medical doctors. Today, with the ballooning of the training institutions, both private and public, we produce about 1,500. In partnership with various stakeholders, Ministry of Health has made considerable progress in developing policies. At the moment, we are developing the internship policy that is going to give us a clear guideline, strategies on how to strengthen our human resources for health in the country. We have also operationalized a number of agencies that are going to equally help us in the same, especially the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council, that is to establish uniform norms and standards relating to the management of the healthcare workers, including the rotation of specialists. In the midst of all that, there are quite a number of challenges that come through with us, and one being the resource limitation. I know this we are sharing with my CS from labor because of the issues that we are discussing. It is because of the limited resources that we may be having a small fix with the doctors. So financial constraints, again, they hinder the acquisition of necessary medical facilities, equipment. Already, the ministry has done an assessment of all the levels of the health facilities in this country. And this includes the public, private, and faith-based health facilities. We have close to 15,000 health facilities in this country. We know the gaps in terms of human resources for health, in terms of equipment, in terms of infrastructure. And the costing is on so that we are able to fix that which we find is leaking. Again, the technical expertise, which is sometimes becomes a shortage of professional trained in modern healthcare technologies. We are improving every other day. So in-house, in-service courses must continue to ensure that our healthcare workforce is properly trained. However, if you look at the trends, especially with our premier Kenya Medical Training Institute, 3 years ago, we were graduating about 7,000 graduates. Today, this year, we shall graduate 24,000 graduates. So just in a span of 3 years. So we really need to equally keep advancing in their training. And that is why we are also encouraging the migration of the same so that when they go out there, they will come back with a new skill and we are able to equip our own with better advanced skills. Inadequate technology deployment, I think I've explained about that. Today, if you look at what is happening globally, we have even AI in health. But has it gotten to us in Kenya? So what do we do to get to that level of competing globally? And the same case with the emergence of new technologies. Unlike before, when a doctor would treat you manually, today there are equipments that are advanced. Initially, you would go to see the doctor and he would actually, even press your stomach, check your eyes without any equipment. But today, we have changed. Things have changed, and we have to adopt the same. Therefore, our recommendation on this would be partnerships and more partnerships, even amongst the agencies. SDG 17 talks about partnerships. Therefore, as we are seated here, it would be important to ask yourself, how do I partner with the Ministry of Health? How can I be of use? Again, enhancement of training programs and these encounters, investment in continuous professional development to keep healthcare workers up to date with the latest technologies and practices. Equally, establishment of framework for integration of emerging technologies efficiently and strengthening partnerships to collaborate with private and international partners to leverage on their expertise. We can't do it alone. You can't do it alone. We have to come together so that we realize that which we can to help the people of this country. The Ministry of Health is at a pivotal juncture where strategic improvements can significantly enhance healthcare services. And by focusing on resource optimization, skill enhancement, and technology advancement across the ministry aims to ensure efficient and effective healthcare delivery across the country. This will not only improve the quality of care available to all Kenyans, but also align the healthcare system with international standards and practices, fostering a healthier nation and supporting sustainable development. Madam CS, these days, even if I give a glowing speech, the final question they ask me is, why are the doctors in the streets? And I think I want to just take this moment to say briefly what we have done to ensure that our doctors get off the streets. The government has already released 2.4 billion shillings to go for internship of our doctors. We have released their letters. In fact, they were supposed to report by yesterday. And we keep hoping that the caregivers, the parents, are going to speak to our dear doctors so that they can go back to work. We so pray that the issues that they have raised, they are of much concern to the nation. And we hear them, and we have sat with them, including yourself in your office. So we care, and we have been there, and we are listening to them. But we are saying, please go back to work, and we can continue dealing with one issue as another. We may not deal with 19 issues in one day, but I know Rome was never built in a day. We can clear this in a matter of time, but we have to agree to be on the table. Asanteni sana, and God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Principal Secretary, Madam Mary Muriuki. We have said that within the service, we went through the state corporations. We have said that if we can get it right within the health sector, if we can get it right, in terms of productivity, mainstreaming within the education sector and the security sector. That is where we wish to see things happening because these are core essential service areas that require productivity mainstreaming. Having said that, the hour has cometh for us to listen through remarks from our chief guest, who has waited patiently. Actually, the whole morning, she was to be here up to maximum 12, but she sat through because she said she wants to hear through on behalf of government. So let us now be upstanding, even as we take a health break, even as we invite the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, Honorable Florence Bore. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Lynn Mengich, the Chairperson, Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The PSS were present. I saw Ambassador Mushiri, the Chairperson, Public Service. I think he has left. The co-chairpersons of the steering committee of this third National Wage Bill Conference, the co-conveners, the speakers who have spoken very well and given us experiences of their institutions, those within this country and from foreign countries, Malaysia and South Africa, presenters and panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor and privilege to join you today as we start our second day of the third National Wage Bill Conference under the theme towards 35%. Allow me to thank the organizers and conveners of this important conference, whose core objective is to identify strategies that facilitate the national and county governments to achieve the ideal wage bill to revenue ratio of 35% by 2028. This conference is a culmination of the resolution of the 10th Ordinary Session of the National and County Governments Coordinating Summit meeting that was held at State House, Nairobi, on the 18th of December 2023. The motivation to hold this conference stems from our collective desire as lead actors in government and the private sector to bring innovative and practical solutions towards a sustainable public service wage bill in order to make more resources available for development. Governments around the world are under pressure to improve public service performance and at the same time contain expenditure growth. While factors such as public service wage bill, operational and pension costs add to the budgetary pressures, citizens are demanding that governments must be made more accountable for what they achieve with the taxpayers' money. As such, the entire situation of the economy in most of the sub-Saharan countries or states are in dire need. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya's economy faces numerous challenges, one of which is the escalating wage bill. It is undeniable that the public sector wage bill to revenue ratio, which previously stood at 54%, has seen some reduction, but remains a concern at the current level of about 47%. Despite this progress, the sustained high ratio underscores the ongoing challenge we face in achieving more balanced and sustainable fiscal framework. We ought to prioritize the needs of our country and make tough decisions, since we have a responsibility to address this before it becomes a crisis. We cannot continue to burden our taxpayers and future generations with unsustainable wage bill. We must prioritize and ensure that our public service wage bill is within our means by being responsible and accountable in our budgeting and expenditure. It is an opportune time that we address issues such as low productivity, duplication of functions, wastage of public resources, optimal staffing levels, leveraging on technology and innovation in payroll management, as well as quality and citizen-centered service delivery. Public officers and employees must always be accountable to the people. Serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, as well as act with patriotism and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, reducing the public sector wage bill is not just about reducing wages. It is also about creating a conducive environment for job creation and economic growth. As we strive to reduce the public sector's wage bill, we must also create an environment conducive to the private sector's growth to enhance job creation, which will in turn increase our revenue and reduce our dependency on government. As the Cabinet Secretary, entrusted with safeguarding the welfare of our workers, both in the public and the private sectors, it is imperative that we address issues of remuneration and benefits. We must ensure that salaries and allowances are distributed fairly and in an equitable manner. In addition, performance-based pay and incentives can be used to increase productivity and efficiency in public agencies. A dynamic labor force should be the one that is creative, one that is flexible, competent, multi-skilled, better informed, technology-oriented, and enjoying job protection and decent employment, which is critical to the realization of the full potential of the country's human resource stock. As the world becomes increasingly filled with information and technological advancement, it is important to emphasize the need to study and discuss how public service wage bills can be sustained. We should be able to do research and dialogue, which is essential for addressing challenges and finding effective solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, my ministry, through the National Productivity and Competitiveness Center, headed by the Secretary who spoke here earlier, Dr. Moitalel, has developed a productivity measurement framework in the public service and has jointly with SRC, the State Department for Cabinet Affairs, and the Kenya School of Government provided technical support to 507 institutions and trained over 8,189 officers. NPCC will continue to partner with SRC and other stakeholders within and outside government to drive the productivity agenda in the public service. I call upon all public service institutions to take advantage of this program to build their internal capacities. I urge all public service employees to embrace the culture of productivity for efficient service delivery and citizens' satisfaction. The government relies on you to transform the lives of our people through your quality service delivery. Under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the government emphasizes a public service that will move away from being event-driven to a more strategic and people-centric. This way, we shall all find the passing of time in our public lives a lot more fulfilling. A strong productivity and performance culture in the public service is a key driver to efficient and effective service delivery. To ingrain productivity practices as a way of life, my ministry will continue to support government efforts to spearhead a national productivity campaign as a strategy to reinforce the productivity agenda in the public service. Changing the negative mindset about productivity will go a long way in improving the quality of services in the public service. This will be achieved through intensive publicity campaigns, awareness creation, and capacity enhancement. And you could see from the various organizations that have embraced productivity. You saw KenGen, you saw KEBS, you've seen the Ministry of Health. I want the rest of the institutions that kindly embrace productivity mainstreaming in your MDAs. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the 35% ratio, we must work together as government, as employers, as employees, and citizens to make it a reality. It will take determination, collaboration, and sacrifice from all of us, and we must make sure that our decisions do not negatively affect the well-being of our workers. As I conclude, I would like to remind everyone that the conference's theme towards 35% is more than simply a figure. It is a call to action for us to accept responsibility, hold ourselves accountable, and strive towards a more sustainable future for our country. Let us utilize this forum to engage in meaningful debates and devise practical solutions to assist us reach our objective. From the conference program, I have observed that we have experts from within and outside government, as well as local and international experts, presenting papers covering a wide spectrum of topics about public service wage bill sustainability. I'm optimistic that with our combined efforts, we can reduce the public sector wage bill to revenue ratio and ensure a better future for our country. Finally, I look forward to a thought-provoking presentation and different perspectives on pertinent issues touching on the public wage bill, sustainability, and culture. I am sure that the conference papers and caucus discussions will provide a valuable resource for making our public institutions more responsive, more productive, more accountable, and more citizen-centered. Therefore, it is my utmost delight and gratification that I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this second day of the National Wage Bill Conference here at the Bomas of Kenya. Thank you and welcome. Chair SRC, I have enjoyed my session when I sat here, and I look forward to sharing of those ideas, and I look forward to having copies of all the presentations throughout this three-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Waziri. Demands or requires a better round of applause, tafadhali. Yeah, thank you so very much for provoking us. from government perspectives. I like the issue of moving away from events and activities emphasis to more customer-centric programs that are more impact and value addition based, and that we require to come up with very practical solutions, things that will work, the way we have used the 3 institutions as demonstration that these things can work. So thank you very much. I request that we give a final round of applause to our Cabinet Secretary. Having gone that far, we have had 7 main presentations. Together with the CS's remarks, those are 8 presentations. We said that we were sparing all questions to the last. We started with the first session by Dr. Annalyn Chetty, and then we went to the second session by Dr. Nahashon Moitalel from the NPCC. The third session was by Dr. Margaret Nyakango, followed by Deputy AG Isaac Nganga, and then number 5 was Engineer Peter Njenga of Kengen, followed by Esther Ngari for KEBS, and then Miss Mary Muriuki, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Public Health, Principal Secretary, Public Health and Professional Standards. So those are like 7 presentations. Like we did yesterday, the suggestion, so that we manage a short plenary session, is that you have an opportunity to engage all the panelists during the afternoon caucus sessions, but we'll give you a chance for those that may have very burning questions that you think should come on the floor, and we will take the hands as they come up. If we can get 5, the first 5. I see a hand here, 1. I see a 2 there. Those are 2 hands. I see a third hand there. If you could walk to the mics, kindly, those that have raised their hands. Those are 3 questions. Anybody from this side? I haven't seen a hand on this side. So kindly confirm, there's a hand here. Those are 4 questions. Please introduce, those are 5. So we can limit it to those 5 for now, and then we see how the time will pan out. But please introduce yourself, just say who you are, where you're coming from, and who you are directing your question to of all the presenters that we've had, the 7 that I've said. Even if there's 1 for the CS, please indicate as much. So we start with the first one here, who has already the mic, please. Proceed.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Osando. I am the chairman of the council, University of Agriculture and Technology, but formerly managing director of KEPIS. So mine is a comment and some sort of recommendation. And I'm giving this in reference to the Foresteto. My sister, Foresteto, then was Kenya Bureau of Standards. When I was in that space, we realized clearly that the government contracting, performance contracting was very generic. It covers certain aspects. But you'll find that, or we found that the uniqueness of KEPIS required a little more than the government contracting for us to meet our national institutional aspirations. For example, that system is not to measure growth. So if you had some growth aspirations, they were not quite covered. It did also measure reward systems. Yeah, for example, in cases we wanted to pay bonuses for exceptional performance. That was not covered. It did also cover how institutions wanted to contribute to the economy, directly to the economy, in a measurable way. So what do? We had a parallel performance management and appraisal system to the mainstream performance that approach, we were actually able to progress our institutional aspirations as well as the government aspirations. And it's something that I can recommend to everybody who might find that useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Onsando.
Hello.
That's more of a comment and a suggestion, which is well noted.
Mine is a comment.
Yes, a comment too.
Yes, here. I'm Lucas Gitau Ngunjiri from the Institute for Social Accountability. And since yesterday, we've been talking big things, learning from Malaysia. Today we are learning from South Africa. But if there is one thing that we are not talking about, and which makes me believe that productivity in public service is elusive, is because we are not talking about the ingredients, what goes into productivity. It is a final product. But as long as we fail to speak on values, ethics, addressing our appetite for public resource, everything else that we're doing here is just a formality. From where I sit as a young person, I feel bad because we are hardly talking about issues that we need to address. So my call and my desire is that we'll be honest in our service, and so that even those who are sitting in those offices, let's give offices to people who surely deserve based on merit. Otherwise, what we will say today is what will make many even ask. For instance, I like what I think was the PS for Health mentioned something to do with the doctor strike today. I'm not a doctor. I don't have someone who is close to me who is a doctor. But somehow I support what they are doing, because where was government then when they entered into this agreement with the doctors? So it tells us that there's inadequacy within the public sector of honesty. People are not honest. We are not objective in our conversations. And why we are doing this, we are just doing this to tick boxes, that we had this conversation, and so there's nothing more we'll end up doing. So my call to us is that we'll be an objective society that is based on honesty and that adheres to Article 10 of our Constitution. Otherwise, hizi stories zingine zote, like we say huko mtaani, ni story ya jaba.
Thank you, thank you.
My name is Kiliku, the chairperson of School Equipment Production.
I can't see Kiliku, kindly.
Yes, I'm here.
The one on mic, yes.
Kiliku, chairperson of School Equipment Production Unit. My short question is to the Principal Secretary, Public Health. Now, a lot of times when we have conferences like this, there is very little mention of traditional medicine providers. We have information about what happened during COVID, and now when medical attention is disrupted. Now, Madam PS, what exactly is the ministry doing that is practical, that is real, that is meaningful in form of interventions, whether policy or regulations, to ensure that the provision of UHC is achievable, at least through traditional medicine? Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Kiliku.
Thank you.
I wish you also narrowed it down to wage bill manenos, but I'm sure the PS has heard. She will find the context for that. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Redempta Kavindu. I'm the CEO of Makueni County Public Service Board. Number one is to appreciate the insights from the presentations. And number two is a small prayer that noting that we've been on performance contracting for close to, I think, 20 years, and we are still here discussing matters wage bill. I think we acknowledge that there is a problem, and it is high time we moved to productivity mainstreaming. So my prayer is to this administration, of course, under the leadership of the head of state and the Ministry of Labor, working closely with SRC, that we make productivity mainstreaming a flagship project, because it is evidently the enabler or driver of bottom-up economic transformation agenda. So if we could pick it up as a flagship program so that all of us within maybe 2 or so years, we are all on productivity, because I'm aware it is cost intensive. So if we let everyone, the counties to MDS to just maybe go at their pace, we may not get to where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Redemptor. For final one, we had a hand this
Here.
This side.
Here.
Okay, we start with him and then.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I am Jacob Molo from Kenyatta University. We appreciate that productivity mainstreaming is in the performance contract. But my concern is about the safeguards that we have put in place to ensure that ministries, departments, and agencies don't just do it because it is in the performance contract, but the value proposition that it's a way of life would be important in terms of sustaining productivity. Number 2 is that we can't have a strong and sustainable productivity movement if workers, employers, and even government are not together. So in the case studies that we got, I failed to locate the position of workers in that particular agenda. The last one, Chair, and this one is to Dr. Nyakango. Since yesterday, we have heard how collective bargaining undermines attainment of the threshold of 35%. But let us remind ourselves that the institution of trade unionism and collective bargaining are entrenched in the Constitution. And therefore, the wisdom that I want to get is that how would we want to deal with collective bargaining in a manner that is progressive and not traditional? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Omolo. The last one from
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then you'll be last. Yes.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. My name is Martin Ogindo. I come from Homa Bay. And I am a former member of parliament, and I was chairman of budget. I want to direct my question to Madam Chair, Lynn, and Madam CS. As I was coming here, a young man called me, and I said, hold on, I'm getting into a wage bill conference. And he told me, you are getting into? I said, a wage bill conference. This is a young man who is 32 years. He's working in the public service. Then he told me, what are you people doing discussing wage bill when Kenyans are unemployed and those that are employed are underpaid? I didn't have an answer. So I would ask Madam Lane what I will tell that young man.
Okay, thank you.
The second question, please indulge me. The second question.
Okay, if you could
to
the point, sir.
I know governments are set up to provide services to citizens. And among the services that government provide to citizens is education, healthcare, and security. If you put just those 4 teams together in our public service, which is numbering about 1 million, or I think 900,000 to be precise, then you have 60% of that workforce. These are very essential services. If we want to interfere with the provision of these services, what are we left with as a country? And I remember my good friend Abraham Rugo asked, what are we calling development? Because this investment that we give to teachers, nurses, and police are doing very well to improve our well-being. Last, I think the mood in the country is improving. But I think the framing of this conference is a little gloomy, because we are now discussing the national wage bill. But I'm happy the presentations that have gone on here have focused on productivity. And I'm happy with Dr. Nyakango at the conclusion, framed it very well. That our wage bill has a problem. The problem is the size of the wage bill, which is as a result of wastage. We could see in the presentation that there are people who are still running manual payrolls. How on earth do you do that today? And we know there are ghost workers in the national payroll, there are ghost workers in county payrolls. What have we done to eliminate all this? And another component is the pension. I will swear with my left hand that the pension bill is 50% fake. If we can look into that with a microscope, then we will have a reduction in that pay bill. Last, I want to make this amendment, that the next time we are coming, because His Excellency the President has done a good job, we are today having a very positive country. We need to have a positive conversation. We need to have the National Productivity Conference so that Kenyans can produce more, raise more revenue, employ more people, and play them more. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mheshimiwa Martin Ogindo. Allow that we conclude, so that we conclude with the gentleman here. Kindly.
There's one here.
Yes, please. Conclude. Let's conclude with this one.
Thank you so much. My name is Frank Mushina, County Secretary Nyadarua. I would like first to appreciate Dr. Nyakango. Among all the people who have presented, they have done very good presentation. But I'd like to appreciate her for one thing. One of the times I had her say, if you are bringing the file for allowances, you must also bring a file for development. That is somebody who is looking at productivity. Even as we are looking, asking the people to get their allowances, they must also show productivity. I want to associate myself with the first speaker, the first person that was asking a question, and I would like kindly like the chair to the CRC to take this more seriously, because she's doing a very good work, and this would help her so in a very good way. I know there are people who are very experienced here, better educated than me, but I just want to tell you maybe the scenario so that when I prescribe what I'm saying, you can understand. One, I started my career in the national government, and then I worked in two parastatos, one premier one. I've worked with consulting firms, both local and international. And then I've worked in the first county government and the third county government. So out of that, I have quite a little bit of experience on the issue when it comes down to the issue of productivity, the one you'll be talking about. And I want to say this, that in one, I want to give only one example as a prescription. One organization, when I went there, a graduate was getting about 23,000, too low. The salaries were being paid 25th of the following month. And one of the issue was still issue of productivity. The same staff, the same people. And I started a program where I initiated, and I requested the board to give them a 30% increment, which was given. I wanted another 40, and the chairman was asking me, Frank, what are we going to do? You want the workers to gain, but how much are they giving? And then I said, let's give them, if they cannot get their own salaries, they go home. As simple as that. And what I did, I told them, give them the other mechanism, we'll work on it. And what we did was one simple thing. Beside the general performance contract, the one that the government always does, that's good. It helps the entire organization. But an individual will only work. Majority of them will work when something is, they are rewarded and it is punitive. And what we did was to come up with performance appraisal, which I borrowed. I had the experience now from the other first premier organization, which was doing very well. And we worked on it, and we introduced it. And one thing that we did, and this is the prescription which I'm trying to push to the CRC and the entire government, and if we do this, we can change the entire thing. This issue of getting annual increment without showing who should get, whether you are a drunkard, whether you come late, you are given the same increment. It doesn't make sense. And people will never work, and they will never give a damn about whatever is happening. So when I started, it was a quasi parastatal, so they were saying it is impossible. So the annual increment, and it was not as much, it was just like one for government, we made sure it was tagged to performance. And I can tell you the first performance, more than 46% got zero increment. The second performance, 75% had already gotten their increment, and there were only about 20% who did not get increment. By the third cycle, no one could get zero. No one could get part of that. Then let me give now the final detail about it. That organization, we were able to start getting our own money instead of relying on the government. We generated our own money for salaries, and instead of being paid 25th of the following month, we brought it to 10th, then to 10th. Then at the end, we were able to pay on 25th before the end of the month, and they still do it today. Number two, the graduate who was getting 23, we are able to appraise their salaries to 70, starting off. Number three, we are able to move the turnover from 1 billion to 5 billion in 4 years. I think we can make this to fix it. So I am requesting from this conference, can we work out, and we are ready to give that without even being given a consultancy. We work out a program where all the government workers in the county and everywhere, the annual increment be pegged on performance appraisal based. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndugu Frank Mushina, for those very practical experiences. Allow that we respond to those. We'll confirm if time will allow. We pick another round. Okay, allow that I'll give you a chance. Allow that we clear these. There are many, and then we'll get back to you. The one for Dr. Onsando was more of a comment, which we have noted, and you are actually prescribing what you used in KEFIS, relating it to the KEB's presentation for other agencies to see how they can, move from the generic to more pointed or homegrown or parallel performance management systems. The one for Lucas, again, it was a question on where is the discussion on ethics as an ingredient to mainstreaming productivity. There's a whole discussion tomorrow on the space of ethics, leadership. I believe some of those concerns can be canvassed then. And then it's today, later in the afternoon. And then Kiliku, you talked of the specific question to PS on the role of traditional medicine. I will request that the PS comes to respond to that. As she does that, we will request Chair and Madam CS, you can pick on the other general questions, see how you can respond, and then we confirm if there'll be any other that will have been left or any other additional. Karibu, Madam PS.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. You know, when somebody talks about traditional medicine, sometimes people think it's the Shakahola stories. But we have a Center for Traditional Medicine and Drug Research within KEMRI. And it is mandated to carry out research to rationalize traditional medicine in Kenya. That is number one. Number two, the Ministry of Health, together with other stakeholders like KEBS, PPB, the traditional herbalists themselves, they have an association called National Traditional Health Practitioners. They have been developing standards on traditional medicine. Again, there is a traditional and alternative medicine bill in development currently, and this is proposed to streamline alternative medicine practice, and I am sure it provides a good avenue for their space in the universal health coverage. So if that is followed, I am sure it is as good as an answer to your question, because traditional medicine plays a very critical role, and especially in the management of diseases, especially in the rural areas. And our role is to validate the traditional medicine by establishing their safety and efficacy so that they can be considered in the mainstream health system. I hope your question is answered. Thank you.
Thank you. I request the chair to come and pick the other questions.
Thank you. I'll combine two of them. There was a question that was asked specifically by the Honorable Member of Parliament, who was a Member of Parliament, and you asked a question you asked by a young person. What are we discussing in this wage bill conference in an environment where there is unemployment, and according to him or her, I don't know whether it's a him or her, those who are employed earn very little. And I want to say, actually, that answer was given by the last speaker, the last person who asked the question. Because the answer is we have to be more productive. If we are more productive, we will have enough money. If we have enough money, then the issue you have raised will no longer be an issue. The question is which one starts first? Do I say increase the pay when I can't afford? Or do I say let us put in place measures to make sure that we are more productive, and once we have generated more revenue, then we can share that. So it's all about making sure that we bake a bigger cake, then we can share. And I couldn't say more than just say, listen to the last presenter. That actually is the answer. And that is why we are here, that the wage bill is not about cutting what we have. It is about doing more with what we have. It is about being more productive, generate more. And once you generate more, then we can share. Then we can talk about how can we increase our wages. I think that's the only one I would like to speak to. CS, you will speak to the issue about how can we ensure collective bargaining agreements are not traditional and they are more progressive. There was a question of why we are having a conversation that is more of employers and we do not have the unions, or we do not have employees here. Let me assure you that they are part of the conversation, not necessarily in this room because we are starting with the leadership. But if we look at even the way NPCC is constituted, and the CS will confirm, it's actually based on the tripartite. So NPCC itself was actually formed to bring together the private sector, the public sector, and bring the employers and the employees. So that's how NPCC was set up. But in terms of this conversation, we did invite FKE and COTU to be part of our panelists, and we actually have a panelist from COTU, so they will bring that on board. So we are not excluding the employees, but we are starting with the leadership, because change must start with the top. The leaders, as I mentioned yesterday, they set the pace, they set the tone. But once these programs are implemented, and they are being implemented, it does include all the employees. The training that was mentioned earlier, 8,000 participants that have been trained, that is the employees in these institutions. So they are not excluded, they are on board, but it's a question of who we have brought here, because we wanted to have the conversation at the leadership level for now. Thank you.
Thank you. As Madam Dr. Nyakango comes, just to confirm that the chairman of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is already here. There's a whole debate on where is the space of ethics and integrity on to ensure that we adequately mainstream and make productivity practical, because They are the holes. They are the leakages that need to be sealed. Dr.
Thank you very much. I want to thank, I think it was Mr. Molo, who raised this question on how the CBAs can be made more progressive. And this, indeed, is just what I was talking about. It's about reducing waste. And I want to give one example. We have seen very many companies and even state corporations collapse. And if we look at those organizations, they had CBAs. You will find that they had very strong union movements. Now, I just want to put it to you. When an organization collapses, can the CBA continue to be implemented? I think the answer is no. Now, you will find that a lot of CBAs are negotiated against a background of us and them. So there is the management, who are supposedly the owners, and then there are those who are the trade unions, who are the sufferers. But what is not done is to match the productivity with the increases that we are asking for in the CBA. And so it all boils down to productivity mainstreaming. So how can the CBAs be negotiated against a background where the productivity of the whole organization must increase along with what is being asked for? I don't think it is very complicated. It is just about marrying our CBAs with productivity. Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to respond to the issue about performance-based pay. And before I do that, let me just agree with what Dr. Nyakanga said about the CBAs. The other area that is always a concern for us as a commission is when an employer is negotiating a CBA and they are proposing to increase financial items, and their financial statements said that they actually they're in negative. In some of them, the Auditor General has even raised issues of that institution probably not being an ongoing concern. So we have an issue when you are negotiating, you know very well you do not have any money at all. But you are prepared to make proposals based on what? So that is what we are talking about. And we are not saying we should not have collective bargaining agreement. But we are saying it should be based on reality. And we urge management always to share the information with the trade unions. I am sure they are not unreasonable. If you actually show them your financial statements, your cash flows, show them you don't have money, then I am sure they are reasonable and they will listen. But where we have a problem is when you know very well, as an employer, you have no money. We look at your financial statements for the last 3 years, you are in the red, you have not been paying taxes, you are withholding a lot of payments, but guess what? You are actually prepared to commit government to a CBA, and you're not telling us where the money is coming from. That is the challenge that we face. And that is why sometimes when we make comments, you might think we are being unreasonable, but I actually think the person being unreasonable is the one who is willing to commit government with no money. You're ready to sign a CBA, you have no money, and you're not telling us where it's going to come from. So that is the challenge. But let me speak about the performance-related pay. I agree absolutely with the comment. We do know that in our salary structures in government, there's an automatic increase, average 3 to 4%. It's automatic, it is there every single year. And it is not related to performance whatsoever. that is a conversation we have started, we have continued to have for the last 3 years, and we hope we will get a position where everyone accepts that your pay should be based on your performance and your productivity. For now, what we have is we have a framework for recognizing performance and productivity, which is really more of a variable pay compensation in the form of a bonus. You'll be aware that that was launched last year, and institutions who have actually implemented proper performance-based systems, such as the ones who presented today, even KenGen and a few others, we do approve for them their performance and the bonus pay, and they get the bonus pay. But you must go through the process, demonstrate your productivity, demonstrate your performance, then we will be able to approve a bonus for you. So thank you.
Let me try and answer the question that was asked by Honorable Martin Ogindo about unemployment in this country. Yes, it is a serious problem. We have approximately 5 million unemployed Kenyans. Majority of those are our young youth without skills. Part of them have the skills, and it has been a deliberate process by the ministry to generate employment within Kenya and outside Kenya. And what we have done as a ministry is that we have been able to explore labor export to foreign countries, and that is why we have initiated about 19 bilateral labor agreements with the various countries so that we can be able to export part of the labor. Partly, we also have deliberately gone into creating jobs, like in the housing project, like in the digital space. And I want to tell Mheshimiwa, I'm sure you are a CEO or a chair of an institution. Let us look for ways to create that employment. It is not an issue of an individual. It is an issue that all of us have to address, and I'm very sure in each and everyone's home, you have now graduates between 1 to 5 within your homes that don't have jobs, and we need to think, and it is a conversation that we can have, even to have a conference and see the way forward for this country. So for me, I will say unemployment is an issue, but we are addressing as multi-sectoral, because the Ministry of Education also have to identify the skills that are required within the job market so that we train for that or for the various markets that are available currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CS. The last one was from Redempta. I think we noted your observation that you wished productivity mainstreaming would be flagged out more as a mainstream program and project within government. This is why we are starting this journey. I've just consulted and confirmed from the officials from government that, yes, noted, it will be escalated within the programs that we are running with. Already within the performance contracting, we expect that in the subsequent period, this becomes a more live agenda. Having said that, and time really gone and spent, we have one session that we want to give a few minutes. There was one hand that I don't want to be unfair to. Please, if you could ask a very pointed question so that I don't close the hand that had said was number 3. Which hand was it?
Very quickly.
Yeah, please.
My name is my other life of the few others who are here, he belongs to an institution where each time he made remarks about forms in their remuneration, in fact, here today is the third National Day Conference. In my understanding, national means three arms of government. Around the auditorium are only civil executive, vice parliament and the judiciary. Is it that for them, faithfulness, efficiency is not an issue? Or have we engaged them elsewhere? So that national in this context is only us, the executive. Two, some of us who are here have had this conversation going for some time. We know what to do. We are here to share experiences from other institutions. But yesterday, when I listened to the Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, and after him, Honorable Kaiga, I got this distinct feeling, Madam Chair, that either you have not engaged them sufficiently, meaningfully, or they are just being hostile. From what they said here yesterday, clearly they were saying they are not able to implement what we are saying here because the national government has not been coordinating well enough with them. As SRC, and talking about the conversation we are here about today and yesterday and tomorrow, have you engaged sufficiently with them so that we all go together? I say this too because if we don't engage Parliament, if we don't engage Judiciary, we don't engage Council of Governors, then we are doomed to decelerate the process that we are undergoing. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I'll request Chair to come and take those.
Thank you for that observation. Council of Governors are part of the summit. So you will be aware that this conference was convened pursuant to a summit resolution that was passed in December of last year. The summit is a coordination body that brings together all the governors, all the 47 governors, and the president who chairs the summit. So all of them actually passed that resolution. So yes, they may have come out yesterday with a slightly different view on some items, but if you also listen to some of the governors, they did confirm that they are part of this journey. In fact, Council of Governors is a convener of this conference and are part of the steering committee and are part of the technical committee and have prepared technical papers. So that's assurance that they are central to this discussion. They did commit to it, and they signed off to the resolution on the wage bill. Insofar as Parliament and Judiciary is concerned, the reason why we are not engaging them through this forum is because this forum is pursuant to the summit resolution. They are not part of the summit. However, we are engaging them separately. So they are not here because of that, not because we don't want to be part of it or they are not part of it, but the way the summit is constituted by law just brings together the national government and the county government. And that is why you do not see them actively involved in this forum. But let me assure you that they are being engaged, and we have had those conversations with them. They are with us, but not through this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have prosecuted the questions that came through, but we want to remind again that they are the afternoon sessions where we'll be engaging in depth in the caucuses. So if you have any further issues that you want to canvass, please prepare to do so in the caucuses after lunch. Having said that, I wish to bring this session to a close and usher in my next co-moderator, Professor Ludweki Chwea, to come and take us through the next session, which is going to be a short one, but as critical as the others that we have taken through. So, Professor, tumkaribishe Professor Ludweki Chwea, tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Komora. Our chief guests today, Cabinet Secretary, Madam Florence Bore, the Chair of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Madam Lynn Mengich, PS State Department for Public Service, Madam Nyakango, PS Education, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I am very delighted to be here to join you all in this important conference, in this important workshop and discussion. I would like to congratulate the Salaries and Remuneration Commission for convening yet again this meeting. And just before I call upon our presenters, I just want to say this, that our public service is doing very well. We are working hard to become the best on this continent and among the best around the world. And if you have doubts about that, you now must believe that that's the case, because I have said so. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, you know that I represent Africa on the board of the schools of government around the world. And we've been working to improve public services around the world. And so what we are doing in Kenya here is similar to what is happening around the world, which is why I say that we are on the right course. And anyone can actually appreciate quickly that over the last about 2 decades or so, we've been working on how to improve performance in the public service. Right from the time we began to develop strategic plans, to develop visions and missions for our different organizations, to develop standards, ISO standards and so on, performance contracting, performance appraisal, results-based management, and so on. We've come a long way, and we are still working on that journey, which is something we have to be proud about as the Kenyan public service. Now, today we are discussing mostly about how to control our expenditure, manage our resources, and focusing specifically on how to enhance productivity. And so I just would like to observe that in that series of transformations that we are seeking to realize and we've been working on over the last 2 or so decades, productivity is now on stage, not to replace the other efforts that we have made so far, but to add on to that, because reform and transformation is cumulative. And so it's now important for us to think about the returns on the expenditure on wages, the returns on expenditure on wages. These returns are defined by productivity. And so on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to invite our next presenter, who is Ambassador Anthony Mushiri, the chair of our Public Service Commission, and is going to make a presentation entitled Towards a Transformative Public Service Culture in Kenya, Productivity, Accountability, and Citizen Centricity. Welcome, Balozi. Karibu sana.
A very good afternoon to you all. Afternoon once again. I know it's an hour that we should be going somewhere, but please bear with me. I'll be just here for 15 minutes. My slides are very short, but they are generated from a very detailed paper, which will be circulated electronically. So, this morning, this afternoon, I'm sorry, I'm still in the Niko na macho ya asubuhi. I don't know whether the gentleman from the Institute for Social Accountability is there. You still around? I think he's walked out. Labda amefikiria hizi ni stories za mtaa za jaba. No, we are having a conversation here. And conversations are the ones, frank conversations at that, are the ones that heal a nation. They hailed Cambodia, they hailed Vietnam, they hailed Rwanda. So it's normally important to have such conversation. CS Florence Bore and distinguished guests, I do associate myself with the protocols that were made from morning. So we have in this presentation number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. It's a research policy paper, the introduction, problem theory of change, the objectives, methodology, and the key findings. And then the next frontiers for public service and the policy recommendations. So we have the country's public culture has evolved into a complex hybrid of native practices, adaptation of global practices, and the enduring aspects of its colonial roots. You all know where we came from. And frameworks for institutional culture can be quite diverse in scope and conceptualization. So we have an analytical approach anchored on 3 main dimensions to public service culture: transformation, productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity in service delivery. We all have been talking here yesterday and today about productivity. And I do encourage all of you present here to channel out yourself to the caucus discussions that will be having more time to discuss these issues. I will be in a caucus with a very able, distinguished gentleman, including the chair of the EACC, to flesh out some of the issues that we are discussing in these slides and the detailed paper. So you have what productivity is all about. That's a formula. It's GDP at constant prices, the number of employees, employed persons, and then, of course, productivity as GDP, power worked is GDP at constant prices over total hours worked. And, of course, the case of accountability is reflected in those 2 graphs, one from the World Economic Forum, and then the other from Transparency International. You can see where we are on the corruption index. You can see H.E, which stands for Switzerland, is quite at the top. And I think Kenya, if you look at the slide, is nowhere represented, but it's quite low down in the trust in government and corruption perception, and also the corruption and security threats. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the problem, that's the problem. The government struggles with what defines culture for performance, and then also the non-universal framework for measurement, evaluation, and improvement, productivity, accountability, and citizen-centric. Of course, there is the institutions of government as Weberian bureaucracies. So we have there the theory of change for this study, which has the inputs, the activities, the outputs, and the outcomes. In the inputs, you have the budget, the people, the intellectual assets. Activities, you have the formulation of policies, implementation of enabling instruments, and training and capacity building. The outputs, you have the change in productivity studies, change in accountability indices, and change in citizen centricity and measures. All of them, together with the outcomes, gives us a transformed public service culture. So the objectives of this research policy study was to assess Kenya's current public service status on productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity in service delivery. Identify the next frontiers for public service culture improvements in Kenya, interventions and programs, and also present policy recommendations on public service culture transformation. The methodology is reflected there. Study data drawn from secondary sources And where directly measurable metrics on productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity were difficult to formulate, closest proxies were used. And of course, the analysis on the 3 dimensions to public service culture. Utilize in-country data and comparative global data, which brings us to the next slide, and the agents that are responsible in productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity. You have the National Productivity and Competitiveness Commission, the SRC, the Kenya National Bureau of Standards, the Public Service Commission, and the Central Bank of Kenya because of the monetary policy, economic, and policy data, and the Kenya School of Government because of the capacity building. So you have that graph. These slides will be quite graphic, but the questions can come and the deliberations in the caucus. That's the national labor productivity in constant US dollars in Kenya. Let's go to the next slide. You can see it remains at $5 per hour. And the highest, which is Luxembourg, it's almost at about $170 per hour. And that's the graphic representation of the national labor productivity growth year-on-year, 2021-22. And then, of course, the public service performance index by sector for the financial year 2021-2022, which is the latest. You can see the CCIOs in terms of organizations, in ministries, public universities, state corporations, SAGAs, and TVETs, in terms of the high achievers, middle achievers, and low achievers, and the overall subsector index. That's a typology and functional framework for public sector accountability. And you have the citizen placed at the bottom because that's where the services are received. Then you have the parliament, the president, and then the accountability agencies, the political and all the other, the political accountability, financial, administrative, and the electoral accountability. And then you have the status of complaints handled by the CAJ. That's the graphic representation that shows year on year up to 2022, 2023. And then you have the Auditor General report. I think this has been prosecuted before. The unqualified in commissions and independent offices. This was deliberated yesterday and prosecuted at length. You can see, let's go back to that slide, please. You can see where TVETs are in terms of unqualified. Out of 129 TVETs, you have only 2 which are unqualified and 80 which are qualified. And 7 have adversary results. State corporations, you have 228, only 79 are unqualified. 130 are qualified. You have 16 adverse and you have 3 unaudited. That's a sorry state of affairs. Let's go to the next slide. And then you have the corruption and ethical conduct. So that's a frame of what it is. Kenya has a low CPI score at 31, and it ranks 126 out of 180. Compared to Denmark, which ranks number 1 out of 180. It has a score of 90. And Kenya ranks among the bottom 2 quintiles. Next slide, please. And that's what we have, corruption perception index and citizen trust. You can see Switzerland is quite at the top. The red down in the horizontal graph reflects where Kenya is. You can see where we are. It's a story state of affairs. And then we have the forms of corruption and unethical conduct in the public service. You see where bribery is at 50.3, delays in service provision, abuse of office, discrimination, lateness, tribalism, illegal levy charges, procurement irregularities, all the way up to intimidating behavior and abuses. These trends suggest monumental structural, systemic constraints to accountability, integrity, and ethical practice in the public service. And that graph, let's go to the next, the incidences of corruption and unethical conduct by institution. There we are, Minister of Health, PS Health. I don't know whether she is here. I think she's gone. I would have wanted her to consume that. We have a Registrar of Persons. PS Health. Yeah, you're not there. We have Huduma Centers, PS Gadesha. You're there. CDFs, Education Department. You're there. MCAs are there, National Health Insurance Fund again, under Health, Kenya Power, and KRA, and the CID. Yeah, and then of course we have the temporal patterns in bribery prevalence rates. Let's go to the next. So motivations for bribery in access to public service. We have 45% to hasten the service. 41%, it was the only way to access the service. 10.6, it was expected. 10.5 to avoid problems with authorities. And 3.3% to avoid your taxes, paying in full the cost of the service. And of course, 3.2% to access a service I did not qualify for. I don't know here in the congregation where you fall. You can take out what you have done or what you should not do in that graph. And of course, we have the citizen satisfaction levels on service delivery and responsiveness or availability, quality of public education, efficiency, all the way to the satisfaction index. Let's go to the next graph. And of course, we have the compliance index on values and principles by subsector. Public universities, top in compliance on values and principles. These are values and principles enshrined in Article 10 and 232 of our Constitution. And then we have the state corporations and SAGAs, are 50, statutory commissions are 47, constitutional commissions and independent offices 45, TVETs at 42, ministries and state departments are 42. So we have an overall compliance index of 42%, which in my estimation is unacceptable. So we have the self-reporting versus independent surveys. It's a 68% on aggregate index and 42% on citizen satisfaction index. And then the frontiers for public service culture transformation. Where should we be? That's where we are. 10, low-level labor productivity economies. Where should we be? In 2030, our blue paper, National Vision 2030, we should be at the 10 medium-level labor productivity economies, the ones in yellow. That's where we expect to be at 2030. Whether we are going to be there in the next 6 years, the jury is still out there. Next slide. And then, of course, we have the competitiveness and national income graphic, the portrayal there, that shows the link between competitiveness and national income. And, of course, the efforts Kenya is making at driving public sector productivity, premised on the competitiveness incentive. Let's have the next graph. So Kenya's path to improving productivity is fiscal policy for prioritizing simulation of productivity, enhancing investments in infrastructure, human capital, and R&D. I'm not going to go through all that, but all this is in the detailed document that will be circulated electronically, and as I said, will be canvassed in the caucuses in the afternoon. So we have the accountability, the global scenario on corruption. You can see where Kenya is at what number is that? 32. Denmark, of course, is at the top of this accountability index. And Kenya's path to improving public service accountability is reflected in those keys that are there. I'm not going to go into them just to save on time. Let's go to the next slide. And then the Global Happiness Index ranking. You can see we are there at number 114. Makes us quite unhappy. And I don't know, we need to be happy, honestly. We need to be honestly happy. And of course, there are the issues that are supposed to improve on citizen centricity, of course, to make Kenyans happy. This is why we are having this conversation. I'm not going to go dwell into that. Then we have the policy recommendation. That's a new public service, culture reform, and transformation program that integrates productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity at its core. Restructuring government data systems for high-quality data, for productivity, accountability, and citizen centricity, measurement, evaluation. And the third one is externalization, evaluation on performance of public service organizations on culture indicators for validity and objectivity. I said I wasn't going to take long, but see you in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mushiri. It's now my pleasure, chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Mr. Sam Mwaura, who is a board member, National Taxpayers Association, to come and make a presentation on citizen expectations on productivity, accountability, and service delivery.
There we are. Our chief guest, the leadership of SRC, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be the last speaker of today because it is said, you're last but not least. This is not actually an indication that citizens who I represent are graded last. On the contrary, I'm delighted from the presentations by government to get the confirmation that citizens are actually rated correctly at the top of the chain. My role is to briefly comment on the role of the citizens in this important subject of productivity. I'm waiting for my presentation to be projected. I've been reconfirming. Yeah, I see my picture, but where is the presentation? It will come. No, I can remember. Now, we started by observing that SRC have captured the problem in this area of productivity correctly, starting with the culture. They have observed that there is no central mechanism of ensuring there is productivity, accountability, and citizen-centeredness in public service. That is absolutely 100% of the spot. And that we have issues of economic crimes, corruption, unethical conduct, lethargy, and low productivity. So what is the problem? That is the problem. But the real problem is lack of implementation. Because we have heard some wonderful, wonderful presentations coming from government. And if everything that government stated can be implemented or was implemented, there wouldn't be any issue on productivity and the economic challenges that we face as a country. So our first thing is to propose that we do not reinvent the wheel. There are adequate policies and legislation and controls for the public wage bill. We emphasize that the problem is lack of implementation. We know the government has not managed to comply with the PFM Act 2012 and the ceiling of 35%. It is now 14 years since the act was implemented or was enacted in 2012. And therefore, the government has had plenty of time to implement and be in compliance. The government has given a target of 2028 to be in compliance. You know, the excess cost, working on their figures of the 47% against the 35% ceiling, is costing the country $162 billion in excess wage bill. To the citizen, that is a complete loss. And when the citizen considers the suffering that they're going through, for the country to tolerate a loss of $162 billion a year, every year, is completely unacceptable. And therefore, the target for 2028 is too far, and we propose that the target be moved to a shorter period of 2026. We also make an observation that the reason that the government is not able to move in this critical area is because of lack of basic reward and sanction. And this has been talked about extensively. So we are in agreement, both the citizens and the government, that is what needs to be done. And again, I'm delighted to see that we are no longer generalizing government. And now we're beginning to break down the performance of government under the national government, the county governments, the agencies, and indeed the state corporations. This way, we will be able to place the responsibility and accountability where it belongs. And we look forward, we as citizens, to working with government in that direction. Our Constitution is very clear. Chapter 6 spells out the guidelines on the leadership and integrity. And Article 10 provides good guidelines on national values. And I'm delighted that we'll be discussing values this afternoon. The Mwongozo Code of Governance is an excellent manual on how to run state corporations. They have good provisions like sustainability and performance management strategy. And Chapter 8 on the Mwongozo also goes into the strategies for compliance with the laws and regulations. So how do you achieve this? You achieve this by operationalizing the vetting tool so that your leaders and your employees are subjected to the provisions of Chapter 6 and Article 10. These are the leaders within the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, both in the recruitment and also on an ongoing monitoring basis. The difficulty with our monitoring and with our vetting is that it excludes the citizens. And therefore, the answer is to mainstream the citizens in this critical performance and processes of government. We reflected on the journey that we have come in trying to improve performance within government. And we continue to be grateful to government for the introduction of the results-based management, RBM. this was introduced during the Kibaki administration, and very luckily, I was at the helm of the private sector leadership. I was the CEO of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance at that time. And therefore, I witnessed firsthand the transformational potential that was carried in RBM. This was the first time that in government we introduced the tools of strategic planning, performance management, your performance contracts, your performance targets, your tools like RRI and the critical tool of service charters, so that for every service of government, the maximum time that is allowed for that service to be delivered is defined, and those charters were agreed with the citizens, because I was part of that process representing the private sector. And the impact was immediate. We witnessed incredible performance improvement during the Kibaki administration, both the first and the second term. We were able to move the economic growth to the best that we have achieved so far of 7% per annum. The service delivery by government was impressive, even by the assessment of the citizens. Unfortunately, we noted that this performance was not sustained by the subsequent administrations, and as a result of that failure, we now have a mess in our economy. We feel strongly that one way of solving this problem is for SRC to increase its oversight role on the entire government in the area of productivity. And we are delighted that they are the leading institution in organizing this conference, because this is a very good beginning. So in this process, we will strengthen not only the RBM, which is the performance management, your tool of service charters, that is absolutely critical, the rapid results management, and I am delighted now performance has been mainstreamed into government, and that the performance has got very clear indicators, and that the indicators have been reduced to the individual in government. This, for me, is historic. So if we strengthen the compliance, which is what is lacking, because we have got all the systems, how do we strengthen the compliance? There is only one strategy for doing it, and that is mainstreaming the citizens into your compliance systems. We have noted that the 2010 Constitution created more independent bodies. SRC was the creation of that constitution. The Office of Control of Budget was created. The Auditor General's Office was strengthened. And these offices produce regular reports identifying the failures of government and proposing solutions. Unfortunately, these recommendations are not always followed. In fact, they are followed more by exception than the rule. And the reason that happens is that these independent bodies lack the political authority to enforce these recommendations on government. That authority is vested in the citizens. And that is why we recommend very strongly that the partnership between these oversight bodies and the citizens, represented in part by the National Taxpayers Association, NTA, that I represent, is fast-tracked, strengthened. It cannot happen, however, if the citizens are not organized. And institutionalizing the citizens from the grassroots all the way to the national level is a primary requirement of this process. The citizens have been left on their own to organize themselves and to institutionalize. that is very difficult. And we will invite government to come and be a facilitator in this process. And we look forward to engaging with SRC and indeed the main body of government to advocate for the citizens to be supported, to be better organized, to play the role that they have been given in the Constitution. We would also like to see, once the citizens are organized, that that organization is secured in law, so that the citizen organization is recognized in law. And the reason we say that is because good governance has two sides: the supply side by government and demand side by the citizens. The weakness in Kenya is our governance only has a supply side. The second thing that we do is to recognize that service delivery is undertaken at the grassroots, and our governance is weak at the grassroots. The Counter Governance Act 2012 provides for the creation of village governance, village councils, as well as ward councils. Those are organs that accommodate the citizens because they are partnership organs of citizens and government. Where this law and the village councils have been implemented, good examples being Makueni, Kisumu, Kakamega, those county governments outperformed the others in service delivery. That is now acknowledged across the board. Our surprise is that we do not see majority of the county governments prioritizing the implementation of this law. And we would strongly advise SRC and government to insist that county governments implement this law alongside other grassroots-based laws in order to improve service delivery and to bring the citizens on board in governance. At the time of rolling out the devolution, we noticed that there was a lot of staff duplication. Functions which were supposed to be devolved were retained in part at the national level. That's contrary to the law. And the staff were retained there. Now, those functions were also created at the county governments, resulting in duplication of staff. The county government correctly inherited the staff from the defunct county councils. But our observation was that the new government insisted on hiring their own people, and therefore you ended up with parallel staff structures. And we have also noticed, and it was confirmed in today's meetings, that with every incoming administration, the governors hire additional people, even where clearly there is no work. That is what has landed us in this mess of the wage bill. And we recommend very strongly that the staffing levels within the county governments and national governments be rationalized. A previous speaker spoke about creating a staffing structure where the ideal staffing levels are defined, and then governments then are required to comply with those ideal staffing levels. In order to sort out our staffing, we are overloaded at the bottom. Your messengers, your cleaners, your drivers, and you are understaffed at the professional level. That is something that we must correct if we are to improve on service delivery. I was looking at a county the other day, one county, and they have just slightly over 100 drivers in an establishment that has got about 20 vehicles. So clearly, the crime that is being committed by some of the county governments is something that is so obvious that for us to ask them and to demand that they correct it is something that should not be very difficult. We should remember that sustainable jobs are created by the private sector, and that for every excess staff member in government, it has cost up to 10, the potential of 10 sustainable jobs in the private sector. And therefore, if the government is committed, and I know they are, about addressing the issue of employment, the first thing that you do is you make sure that the government is not over-established, because all you're doing is to kill sustainable job in the process, in the private sector, by so doing. So what is my conclusion? The conclusion is that the key to sorting out service delivery and the wage bill problem in this country is to fast-track the involvement of citizens on the demand side of governance. Secondly, for the government to recognize that the citizens are a legitimate stakeholder in the governance structure, and therefore be facilitated to organize and to make their structures sustainable. Secondly, for SRC and the other two bodies that are concerned with the management of the budget, control of budget, and OAG, to strengthen the partnerships that they have structured with NTA and other stakeholders. Because NTA is able to bring the citizens, the religious sector, in an organized framework behind the work and the advocacy that SRC and the other oversight bodies will require. And that we all recognize that we must implement Article 1 of the Constitution. It says that all the sovereign authority is vested in the people of Kenya, and that they can exercise that authority directly or indirectly through their elected leaders. However, if the citizens are not organized, they are not structured, they are not facilitated, they will not be able to perform that role, and the country will continue to suffer. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mwaura. I would like to appreciate our presenters. Makofi, moja, mbili, tatu. Don't forget our history. And so we have received tremendous ideas about a culture of public service transformation. Suggestions have been made on how we can transform public service culture in the direction of enhancing productivity. I will not rehearse through the presentation, but I will instead ask if there is anyone who would like to make a comment, ask a question on this important subject. But as you think about it, remember that after lunch we will be drifting into the caucus where we will discuss this subject in greater detail. So, any comments? Yes, there's one person to my right, Madam, right there, microphone over there. Madam, right here to my left, and one last person, if possible. Right, the gentleman right ahead of me, I think he's seen me. All right, let's do those, then we'll reserve all the others for the occasion of the caucus. Karibu sana. The microphone nearby. Who is responsible for microphone? You have a microphone there? There's someone over here who would like to speak first. But we can begin with Madam here, if the microphone is nearest to her. Okay, and then over there, please, microphone over there. All right, karibu sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Flora Chibule, the Deputy Governor, Kilifi County. I've listened keenly on all the presentation. I just want to echo and congratulate all presenters and even all those who asked questions. But what I want to talk about, we're in the third cycle of devolution. Maybe the SRC. We created structures on the organogram, and it is working. But I think at this cycle, the third cycle, we have realized that there are some positions which are not supposed to be there. I think it's high time we modify the organogram such that we bring in positions that are going to escalate service delivery. Productivity being what we are talking about. We are talking about the wage bill having the 35% threshold, which for Kilifi, I think we are meeting that threshold. But I'm looking at how we are going to enhance productivity. We are looking at positions like governor delivery unit, positions like donor partnership linkage liaison office, whereby I believe CSOs, CBOs are bringing in partners who are trying in one or another to enhance service delivery within a county. So if we have some of these offices created, I believe they are going to, in a very big way, they are going to enhance ways in which we are going to reduce duplication and things like that. And also, you mentioned about productivity being able to be measured. And tulipoonyeshwa takwimu pale, tuliona ya kwamba we only have one county government out of the 47 who are aligned with what you're doing. I think it's important we also know which one is it, so that we can also benchmark, because we also want to improve as county government. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
I think, Professor, I think you did not see my hand. Hello, Professor.
Yeah, but let's first, there was Madam here.
Thank you.
Let her go first, then we'll look at that. Karibu sana.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Regina Kamwenji, and I work I serve in a university, African Nazarene University, and so I'm here courtesy of my VC, Dr. Stanley Baby. But that aside, I appreciate the conversation today, and what is coming in my mind, and especially from the last speaker, not the last speaker, the second last speaker, Bwana Mushiri, he brought in the aspect of citizenry, and what then came to my mind is how we are balancing the aspect of service delivery and productivity, and especially when we speak about the aspect of productivity, using the resources that we have. And from the previous discussions then, I also listened through and note that we are speaking about a service delivery that it's not at 100% occupancy, it's around 67%. And so in all this discussion, as we speak about a sustainable wage bill, are we also able to speak about the staff attrition in the next 5 years, and possibly also speak to that against the service delivery that we need to give to the citizenry? And I look at this from the perspective of, in Kenya, the population is still growing, while then we are here saying we need maybe to freeze employment for some time. And so is that in line with the service delivery that would be expected from us as a government by the people. How are we going to balance that, maybe in the next 5 years or so? My next point of focus is maybe on the support that we, government ministries, state corporations, give or support each other. You know, how is this one ministry supporting the other ministry to realize the objectives that have then been set out for them? And I look at a case in point while I stand here in the higher education sector, and I know in one of the discussions yesterday, then somebody was saying that in the higher education and especially the universities, we have unutilized resources because maybe out of the many people who sit for the KCSE, just a handful, a certain percentage, then qualifies to join the many universities that we have. And so how do we address that? And how do other institutions that are also in the line of education sector support that call for each other so that each of them is then able to articulate their services to the people as it is? Okay. And when we speak education, then we need to speak in a louder voice, because education, we have agreed, is part of the real development that we need to be speaking about. And so how are all these people seated here supporting the education sector to articulate their mission and especially to provide that so much needed education to the youth and to the people in the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Professor, can I?
Thank you very much.
I think, Professor, you are not... Professor, I'm here.
All right, proceed.
Okay.
But that's a different voice. Who was saying Professor? Who was it?
I'm here, Professor. Here.
Raise your hand. Oh, all right. So let. Do you have the microphone already?
Yes, I already have.
Will it be 1 minute?
Thank you. 1 minute,
All
Professor.
Right, go ahead.
I think I'm not studying at a vintage point. I kept on raising my hand all the time.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
But I hope I'm audible enough.
All right.
My name is William Gatehi, Chairman, Nyandarua County Public Service Board. I'm also a fellow and a member of the Institute of Certified Secretary. I have followed through the morning engagement, and I think productivity is the hallmark. We are discussing about productivity, and even following through from yesterday, we have come up with a whole range of ideas, very, very interesting ideas. But I think there was no mention of the word governance. But today, I think the speaker, Maura, mentioned the word governance. And this is what I was looking for. Because, you know, as we all know, the principles of corporate governance is the gel that you need to drive any agenda. A lack of good governance and good ethics is what has led to low productivity. I've had the opportunity to live continuously in UK for 4 years. And I wasn't working, but I was able to understand the culture of work, where you clock in and clock out. And of course, they follow very strictly to ensure that your supervisor ensures that you deliver. If you introduce clock in, clock outs in Kenya, or in Kenya job sector, you find that there will be apathy. Think of the Chinese. We don't like them because we say they are overly strict. They are not overly strict. They are obsessed with productivity. They are obsessed with delivery. So my conclusion is, let the SRC, and of course, as we come out with the resolutions, let us inbreed it with the good principles of good governance, which is accountability and transparency, fairness and responsibility. Thank you.
Good governance. Asante sana. 30 seconds, please.
Is that my turn now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Donald Murgor, Chair, Water Resources Authority, or formerly WARMA. Mine is just a comment, and this is the third wage bill conference. And I hope we will not have another fourth one, the fifth one. What I want to urge all the participants here, whatever we have picked from here, please let's go and implement it. I was a worried man when I walked into Bomas yesterday. When you hear about wage bill, and you are being confronted by mwananchi out there, the young people. CS Florence Bora said, we have the numbers, about 5 million Kenyans who are unemployed. But when you talk about wage bill, I'm happy that today what we are discussing is not about cutting jobs, but improving productivity. So I want to assure Kenyans that this is the right forum, and the action plans that will come out by end of tomorrow is we go and implement. And I want to echo what the CS also said. Please, the Secretariat, we registered our email addresses. Let us expect to have the materials, because the presenters were very brief. Let us now have the materials so that we go and read, internalize, and we go and implement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Makofi.
My turn.
Many
Mr. Moderator.
of the interventions have been comments, and there is only one main question in my view by Madam Regina, which is how we could harmonize the freezing of employment on the one hand, and attrition, staff attrition on the other. So I think maybe Balozi Mushiri.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, please. There's my colleague here who is a senior, and he has been trying to stretch his arm, and unfortunately, you've not been able to support him. Kindly, let him just say what he has to say as you respond on that end. Kindly.
Yeah, we could do so, but always remember there is time also that we have to respect. I hope you understand that.
I was number 5.
So
you appointed me as number 5.
Numbers
number 5.
Precisely because of time.
Yeah, you gave me number 5.
That.
You
all right,
me
so
number 5,
please
and you are about to
with your
you
comment.
are just about to forget me, but you gave me number 5. So, do I have permission to speak?
I already said proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I come from an organization called Ufungamano Joint Forum of the Religious Organization, which is commonly known as Ufungamano Initiative by most of you. And my name is Charles Kariuki Wambugu. I'm the secretary of that organization. I want to say that I'm happy because SRC has come back home. And I say this because this is where SRC was formed. Those of you who participated in the Bomas draft constitution would remember that SRC was created here in 2005. And we debated a lot about the need for SRC because there were organizations that used to award themselves salaries without caring about their productivity, simply because they were not quite sympathetic with the conditions of this country. And now, here we are talking about the productivity and the service delivery several years after the new constitution was enacted. 2010 constitution is the springboard for the development that this country requires, because it brought about drastic recommendations and some changes. But what has not happened is that the political will and the leaders of various organizations have not had the courage to do the right things to get this country to the levels where we ought to be in terms of development. We in Ufungamano have been speaking about the containment of the rocketing wage bill for a long time. In 2015, we addressed this topic. In 2016, we addressed this topic. And we said that the new constitution will be meaningless to the people of Kenya unless drastic and deliberate changes
are made in the way the national and county governments, including the legislature, manage the resources of our country equitably and prudently. The reason why we are here is because this has not been happening. It may have happened in a very small way. It is a question of management, and the management of our national resources, scarce as they may be, have not been properly managed. And there is an outcry for better management, and particularly at the leadership level. And we are here now talking about these things so many years after Ufungamano made some recommendations which I will read here, if you allow me.
So thank you very much. I think we have...
and we said at that communication to the president and to his government and to parliament, and even forwarded this to SRC. And we said, and I am happy to take a cue from one of the speakers who said, drastic decisions have to be taken, and this is a call for action. We said,
Are you about to read the memorandum? Or
no. I'm just giving some action points.
But I hope you understand.
I'm giving some action points.
The audience
Mr. Moderator,
needs to abide by time.
Can I give some more action points? Because we are going to have to be drastic.
How much more time? How much more time, please?
3 minutes.
No, just submit the document if you don't mind.
Let me just mention a few. What we said was that in order to contain the rocketing wage bill, the current salaries and emoluments of state officers and senior public servants should be reduced by at least 40%. And we took a cue from the president, who had already committed himself to getting salaries reduced by 20%, but we recommended 40%. And we know that this has happened in many countries where economic hardships have crippled governments and public service. Okay. Salaries have been reduced.
All right.
And I know in the case of Spain, for example, there's a time they reduced their public salaries by 50%.
All right, thank you very much.
So that is a recommendation that...
Thank you very much, sir. The office has now understood, the chief guest has understood, and we will be, after lunch, we will go into caucus, and we will receive further comments over there. Asanteni sana. And so most of the comments actually have been noted by SRC and the chief guest, and they will be incorporated in the communique that will be issued, and beyond that, they will be considered for implementation. Chief guest, thank you so much for your patience and your interest in listening to all of us in here, and we wish you a great afternoon. Thank you very much. May I now invite Vice Chair?
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Professor. I'm just here to give the good news. We are ready for lunch. As we exit here on your right at the main restaurant, that's where we'll be serving our lunch. After lunch, we have 3 caucus group engagements. Today is Tuesday. I'm just checking my schedule. The first one at the Media Center, we'll be having strategies. This is a caucus for commercial state corporations, and the topic is strategies and action plans for productivity improvement in the public service. So we will have venue at the Media Center. Okay, then we'll also have at the auditorium, in this auditorium, we will be having counties, ministries, state departments, counties and constitutional commissions and independent officers will be meeting here. And of course, we are still discussing on the issue of strategies, action plans for productivity improvement in the public service. In the pavilion, as you walk out, turn left slightly, in about 20 meters straight on, you'll see the building called the pavilion. We'll be having public service, discussing about public service culture. And the discussion will be around public service culture in Kenya, public perception, and citizen expectations. So we have those three caucus going on. Kindly pick whichever one you want to be at. We have identified moderators and panelists for all those. We'll be having our discussions between now, it's right now 14:20. By 15:20 or 3:20, we hope we will have finished our lunch. We can go back to our caucus, and we'll be meeting up to around 5 when we'll make the conclusions. Yes, Vice? I'm reminded, lunch now, right? Now. It's called the multipurpose hall. I think you can find a way. That's where lunch is being served. And there is tea after caucus. Please don't leave us with the tea. Enjoy your lunch. Let us see you at the caucus groups at 3:20. Thank you very much.